Settler Colonialism: A Theoretical Overview. Lorenzo Veracini. A Theoretical Overview. Contents. List of figures 6. Acknowledgements 7. Introduction, The Settler Colonial Situation 1. 1. Population 16. Economy and Settler Collective 17. Transfer and Settler Colonialism 33. 2. Sovereignty 53. An Ancient and Corporate Foundation 55. Self-Constitution, Isopolity 61. 3. Consciousness 75. Disavowal, Non-Encounter 76. Primal Scene, Screen Memory 86. 4. Narrative 95. Colonial Narratives, Settler Colonial Narratives 96. Telling the End of the Settler Colonial Story 104. Notes 117. Bibliography 154. Index 178. V. List of figures. 1.1 Population Economy 19. 1.2 The Settler Collective 21. 1.3 Indigenous Others 25. 1.4 Exogenous Others 27. 1.5 Abject Others 28. 1.6 A Settler Colonial World 29. 6. Acknowledgements. This research was supported under Australian Research Council's Discovery Projects funding scheme. This support was seriously enabling. Without the fellowships the Council provided, researching and writing this book would have been impossible. Many in my generation had to leave Italy to nd opportunities and dignity elsewhere. I was lucky and ended up in Australia. At the same time, Australia is also a great place to get to know about settler colonialism. Part of Chapter 1 has appeared in Native Studies Review. An earlier version of Chapter 3 was published in the Journal of Intercultural Studies, and an abridged version of Chapter 4 will appear in Thinking, Essays on and Its Consequences. The jacket reproduces a painting by William Ludlow Shepherd entitled Wives for the Settlers at Jamestown. I believe this painting identifies the moment when colonialism turns into settler colonialism. The cover image is reproduced with permission from the New York Public Library. And I want to thank the shower for a number of decent ideas that came up while I was having one. Had we not had water restrictions all along, this book would have probably been a better one. Blame climate change. 7. Introduction, The Settler Colonial Situation. The expectation that every corner of the globe would eventually become embedded in an expanding network of colonial ties enjoyed widespread currency during the long 19th century. A theoretical analysis of what is here deemed as the settler colonial situation could perhaps start with Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels' remark that the need of a constantly expanding market for its product chases the bourgeoisie over the whole surface of the globe, and that it must nestle everywhere, settle everywhere, establish connections everywhere. 1. Nestle, settle, establish connections. Marx and Engels were effectively articulating in 1848 what had become a transnational system of divergent colonial intervention. It was a typology of colonial action that depended on local circumstances and opportunities. There were different colonial empires, and there were different modes of empire. Settler colonialism, the colonies proper, as Engels would put in 1892, underscoring analytical distinction between separate forms, was one such mode of colonial action. 2. Sometimes capable of displacing established colonial traditions, more rarely giving way to other colonial forms, settler colonialism operated autonomously in the context of developing colonial discourse and practice. Another point of departure for this analysis could be Charles Darwin's Voyage, which, as well as an exploration into the evolution of the species, was also a journey into what had become a geographically divergent system of intertwined colonial forms. On the issue of settler colonialism, he had specifically noted in 1832 that the 1-2 Argentinian War of Extermination against the Indians, an episode he had personally witnessed during his voyage, was too much. The Indians are now so tarried that they offer no resistance in a body, but each eyes, neglecting even his wife and children, but when overtaken, like wild animals they GHT, against any number to the last moment. This is a dark picture, but how much more shocking is the undeniable fact that all the women who appear above 20 years old are massacred in cold blood. When I exclaimed that this appeared rather inhuman, he answered, "Why, what can be done? They breed so." 3. Personal dispositions are often surprising. Whereas one could argue that Marx was not a Marxist in suggesting that traditional, indigenous, and colonist societies could follow historical trajectories that did not necessarily reproduce the evolution of the metropolitan cores, at the same time, one could maintain that Darwin was not a Darwinist when he regretted the deliberate targeting of the reproductive capabilities of the indigenous community and the horror intrinsic to what was otherwise understood as a globally recurring approach to indigenous policy. In both cases, a colonial imagination had failed to ultimately convince them. This book is a theoretical reaction on settler colonialism as distinct from colonialism. It suggests that it is a global and genuinely transnational phenomenon, a phenomenon that national and imperial historiographies fail to address as such, and that colonial studies and post-colonial literatures have developed interpretative categories that are not specifically suited for an appraisal of settler colonial circumstances. For the dynamics of imperial and colonial expansion, a focus on the formation of national structures and on national independence, have often obscured the presence and operation of a specific pan-European understanding of a settler colonial sovereign capacity. Addresses a scholarly gap. Colony as a term can have two main different connotations. A colony is both a political body that is dominated by an exogenous 3. agency, and an exogenous entity that reproduces itself in a given environment. Settler colonialism as a concept encompasses this fundamental ambiguity. As its compounded designation suggests, it is inherently characterized by both traits. Since both the permanent movement and reproduction of communities and the dominance of an exogenous agency over an indigenous one are necessarily involved, settler colonial phenomena are intimately related to both colonialism and migration. And yet, not all migrations are settler migrations and not all colonialisms are settler colonial. This book argues that settler colonialism should be seen as structurally distinct from both. Both migrants and settlers move across space and often end up permanently residing in a new locale. Settlers, however, are unique migrants, and, as Mahmoud Mamdani has perceptively summarized, settlers are made by conquest, not just by immigration. 5 Settlers are founders of political orders and carry their sovereignty with them. Migrants can be individually co-opted within settler colonial political regimes, and indeed they often are. They do not, however, enjoy inherent rights and are characterized by a deafening lack of sovereign entitlement. It is important that these categories are differentiated analytically. A very different sovereign charge is involved in their respective displacements. Not only do settlers and migrants move in inherently different ways, they also move towards very different places. As New Zealand historian James Bullock has noted, an emigrant joins someone else's society, a settler or colonist remade his own. 6 Migrants by nation, move to another country and lead diasporic lives. Settlers, on the contrary, move to their country. A diaspora is not an ingathering. Indeed, an analytical distinction could also be made between settler colonial and other resettlements. Imperial, national, and colonizing states frequently promote settlement with the aim of permanently securing their hold on specific locales. On the contrary, the political tradition settler colonialism focuses on concentrate on autonomous collectives that claim both a special sovereign charge and a regenerative capacity. 4. Settlers, unlike other migrants, remove to establish a better polity, either by setting up an ideal social body or by constituting an exemplary model of social organization. Of course, even if I propose to see them as analytically distinct, colonialism with settlers and settler colonialism intertwine, interact, and overlap. Ultimately, whereas migration operates in accordance with a register of difference, settler migration operates in accordance with a register of sameness, and one result of this dissimilarity is that policy in a settler colonial setting is crucially dedicated to enable settlers while neutralizing migrants. 7 In this context, refugees, the most unwilling of migrants, can thus be seen as occupying the opposite end of a spectrum of possibilities ranging between a move that can be construed as entirely volitional, the settlers, and a displacement that is premised on an absolute lack of choice. At the same time, settler colonialism is not colonialism. This is a distinction that is often stated but rarely investigated. And yet, we should differentiate between these categories as well, while it acknowledges that colonial and settler colonial forms routinely coexist and reciprocally lead each other, explores a number of structuring contrasts. In a seminal 1951 article, a piece that in many ways initiated colonial studies as a distinct eld of scholarly endeavor, Georges Ballandier had deemed the colonial situation as primarily characterized by exogenous domination and a specific demographic balance. The domination imposed by a foreign minority, racially and culturally different, acting in the name of a racial and cultural superiority dogmatically affirmed, and imposing itself on an indigenous population constituting a numerical majority but inferior to the dominant group from a material point of view. 8. Ballandier's definition remains inusual. 9. Jürgen Osterhamel's more recent and frequently quoted definition of colonialism, 4. 5. Example, also insists on foreign rule over a colonist demographic majority. In his outline, colonialism is a relationship of domination between an indigenous majority and a minority of foreign invaders. The fundamental decisions affecting the lives of the colonized people are made and implemented by the colonial rulers in pursuit of interests that are often deemed in a distant metropolis. Rejecting cultural compromises with the colonized population, the colonizers are convinced of their own superiority and of their ordained mandate to rule. 10. Historian of British imperialism A. G. Hopkins's definition of settler colonialism as distinct from colonialism is also premised on demography. Where white settlers became numerically predominant, colonial rule made peoples out of new states. Where indigenous societies remain the basis of government, the state was fashioned from existing peoples, he concludes. 11. Similarly, D. K. Fieldhouse's seminal classification had also privileged demography. He had placed mixed, plantation, and pure settlements colonies on an interpretative continuum. In the mixed colonies, settlers had encountered a resilient and sizable indigenous population and asserted their ascendancy while relying on an indigenous workforce. In the plantation colonies, settlers relied on imported and unfree workers, and in the pure settlement colonies, the white settlers had eradicated and or marginalized the indigenous population. 12. Settler colonial phenomena, however, radically defy these classificatory approaches. As it is premised on the domination of a majority that has become indigenous, external domination exercised by a metropolitan core and a skewed demographic balance are less relevant denotary traits. According to these characterizations, colonizers cease being colonizers if and when they become the majority of the population. Conversely, and even more perplexingly, indigenous people only need to become a minority in order to cease being colonist. At the same time, while Osterhamel's interpretative framework emphasizes the antagonisms pitting colonizing metropole and colonist periphery, settler colonial phenomena, as I argue in 6. Chapter 1, complicate this dyad by establishing a fundamentally triangular system of relationships, a system comprising metropolitan, settler, and indigenous agencies. But there are other structuring distinctions. For example, whereas settler colonialism constitutes a circumstance where the colonizing effort is exercised from within the bounds of a settler colonizing political entity, colonialism is driven by an expanding metropole that remains permanently distinct from it. And again, as settlers, by definition, stay, in specific contradistinction, colonial sojourners, administrators, missionaries, military personnel, entrepreneurs, and adventurers, return. 13. And yet, while the colonial situation is not the settler colonial one, and as programmatically explores a systemic divide between the two, the political traditions outlined in this book are contained within the space deemed by the extension of Europe's colonial domain. even if they defy it by espousing a type of sovereignty that is autonomous of the colonizing metropole. This book focuses mainly on European settlers. 14. I do not want to suggest, though, that non-Europeans have not been, or cannot be, settlers. If settler colonialism is deemed as a situation, it is not necessarily restricted to a specific group, location, or period. Even though they placed colonialism and settler colonialism within the same analytical frame, reactions on colonial orders and their historiographies have traditionally acknowledged the distinction between colonies of settlement and colonies of exploitation, and between internal and external colonialisms. 15. Classificatory attempts have repeatedly emphasized this separation. For example, Ronald Horvath's analytical definition of colonialism distinguished between colonialism and imperialism on the basis of a settler presence. Moses I. Finley's argued against the use of colony and associated terms when referring to the act of settling new lands. George M. Fredrickson's distinguished between occupation colonies, plantation colonies, mixed colonies, and settler colonies, and Jürgen Osterhamel's identified a unique New England type of colonial endeavor. 16. Despite this acknowledgement, however, indeed, one result of this acknowledgement, settler colonial phenomena have been generally seen as a subset, albeit a distinct one, of colonial ones. 17. Alternatively, an approach dedicated to highlighting the transcolonial circulation of ideas and practices. 7. Has placed the colonies of exploitation and settlement, as well as the metropole itself, in the same analytical frame. 18. The notion that colonial and settler colonial forms actually operate in dialectical tension and in specific contradistinction has not yet been fully articulated. In the 1960s, Louis Hartz's The Founding of New Societies proposed a theory of fragment extrication that was entirely unconcerned with colonial and imperial phenomena. Hartz insisted on the separate development of the fragments, a development that detached them from, rather than subordinated them to, the colonizing core. When it came to the founding of new societies, settler colonialism, like the indigenous peoples it had been assaulting, disappeared entirely. 19. Later, in a 1972 article for the New Left Review, Argyri Emanuel convincingly criticized available theories of imperialism by identifying settler colonialism as an irreducible third force that could not be subsumed into neatly construed oppositions. He deemed settlers as an uncomfortable third element in the noble formulas of the people's struggle against national imperialism, and called for the elaboration of dedicated categories of analysis. 20. Conics involving settlers demanded that traditional approaches to understanding colonial and imperial phenomena be revised and integrated. Even in a call to account for an intractable specificity, however, the settlers and their particular agency were detected only as they operated within a colonial system of relationships. When it came to the actions of settlers, it was the settler societies that disappeared entirely. The settlers were entering the analytical frame but not settler colonialism. The two terms could not yet be compounded. Nonetheless, calls for the study of settler colonialism were repeatedly issued during the following decades. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, Donald Denoon called for a systematic exploration of the specificities characterizing settler economic development as structurally opposed to the dynamics of colonial development. There is something distinctive about settler societies, marking them off from metropolitan societies on the one hand, and the rest of the Third World on the other, he concluded. 21. Denoon was placing Anglophone and non-Anglophone and developed and developing countries in the same analytical frame, as his analysis encompassed. 8. Colonial and settler colonial settings. This was a crucial passage in the development of a truly global focus. Without concentrating specifically on the development of a settler economy, but still insisting on an intractable systemic specificity, David Prochaska similarly concluded in 1990 that settler colonialism is a discrete form of colonialism in its own right, and that it should be recognized as an important and legitimate subtype of imperialism and colonialism. 22. Presenting settler colonialism as a discrete category, Denoon and Prochaska emphasized again the need to develop dedicated interpretative categories. In 1990, Alan Lawson proposed the notion of the Second World, a category equally distinct from the colonizing European metropoles and the colonist and formerly colonist Third World. 23. In line with this interpretative trajectory, Davis Stasioulis and Nira Yuval Davis have also emphasized in their 1995 comparative overview that settler societies complicate the dichotomy typical of colonial and post-colonial studies between Europe and the rest of the world. 24. However, these insights have more recently been the subject of sustained analysis. Patrick Wolf's 1998 definition of settler colonialism distinguished structurally between colonial and settler colonial formations. Wolf drew a crucial interpretative distinction: settler colonialism is not a master-servant relationship marked by ethnic difference. Settler colonialism is not a relationship primarily characterized by the indispensability of colonist people. 25. On the contrary, Wolf emphasized the dispensability of the indigenous person in a settler colonial context. The primary object of settler colonization is the land itself rather than the surplus value to be derived from mixing native labor with it. Though, in practice, indigenous labor was indispensable to Europeans, settler colonization is at base a winner-take-all project whose dominant feature is not exploitation but replacement. The logic of this project, a sustained institutional tendency to eliminate the indigenous population, informs a range of 9. Historical practices that might otherwise appear distinct. Invasion is a structure, not an event. 26. Wolf's and the transformation of anthropology could thus be seen as a crucial moment in the extrication of settler colonial studies from colonial scholarly endeavors. No longer a subset category within colonialism, settler colonialism was now understood as an anti-type category. As such, settler colonial phenomena required the development of a dedicated interpretative eld, a move that would account for a structuring dissimilarity. Similarly, in 2000, Anna Johnston and Alan Lawson conceptualized a specifically settler form of post-colonial theory. There are always two kinds of authority and always two kinds of authenticity that the settler subject is signed to desire and disavow, they noted. The crucial theoretical move to be made is, they argued, to see the settler as uneasily occupying a place caught between two first worlds, two origins of authority and authenticity. One of these is the originating world of Europe, the Imperium, the source of its principal cultural authority. Its other first world is that of the First Nations whose authority they not only replaced and effaced but also desired. 27. Following a similar trend, during the subsequent decade, a growing number of scholars have approached settler colonialism as a distinct category of analytical inquiry. Settler and colonialism were now routinely compounded. One tendency was to comparatively appraise legal history, international law, land tenure, judicial institutions, and environmental histories. 28 edited collections of essays and monographs exploring comparatively specific issues characterizing the history of the settler colonial polities have also appeared. 29 international academic conferences dedicated to settler colonialism in 2007 and 2008, and a special issue of an academic journal published in 2008 confirmed that settler colonial studies may be consolidating into a distinct eld of inquiry. 30. 10. Besides comparative approaches, in recent years, scholarly activity has continued to focus on the need to distinguish between colonial and settler colonial phenomena. One line of inquiry has placed an emphasis on settler colonialism's inherently transnational character. 31. As settlers and ideas about settlement bypassed the imperial centers and traveled and communicated directly, settler colonialism requires, as suggested by Alan Lester, a networked frame of analysis, an approach that inevitably displaces the metropole, periphery hierarchical paradigm that had previously underpinned the evolution of colonial studies. 32. Marilyn Lake drew attention in 2003 to the imaginative coherence of settler colonial formations and emphasized the inadequacy of denatory approaches based on demography. The defensive project of the white man's country, she argued, was shared by places as demographically diverse as the United States, Canada, New Zealand, Kenya, South Africa, Rhodesia, and Australia. Clearly their strategies of government were different, ranging from indirect rule to democratic self-government, but a spatial politics of exclusion and segregation was common to them all, and the white man always ruled the natives. In this framework, immigration restriction was merely segregation on a large scale, as Stoddard observed in The Rising Tide of Color. Nothing is more striking, he added, than the instinctive solidarity which binds together Australian and Afrikanders, Californians, and Canadians into a sacred union. 33. Lake also focused on the conflict between settler national projects and their insistence on racial exclusion and imperial demands regarding the freedom of movement of British subjects within the empire, a conflict crucially pitting colonial and settler colonial sensitivities against each other. 34. 2 years later, Caroline Elkins and Susan Peterson's theoretical definition of settler colonialism emphasized institutionalist settler privilege and a binary settler, native distinction in legal and social structures. 35. In the introduction to their edited collection they distinguished 11. Between 20th century state-oriented expansionism, which was undertaken by imperial latecomers, and 19th century settler-oriented semi-autonomy, which was typical of colonies where settlement had happened earlier. Deploying a genuinely global perspective, Elkins and Peterson produced an analysis that was ultimately inclusive of all the settings where settler projects had been operative at one stage or another. Settler colonial forms, they argued, had a global history, a history that could not be limited to the white settler societies or to the settler minorities that had inhabited colonial environments. 36. A further passage in this globalizing trend was a new way of implicating the metropolitan core in the history of settler colonialism. In The Idea of English Ethnicity, Robert Young suggested that the very notion of an English ethnicity is actually premised on settler colonial endeavors in an expanding British world. 37. Finally, Billikis 2009 Replenishing the Earth outlined a settler revolution that had comprehensively transformed colonial practice. Enabling technological changes and a crucial shift in attitudes to migration had created the conditions for explosive settlement. Without a crucial shift that allowed for the possibility of thinking about life in the settler locale as actually preferable to life in the metropole, this would have been impossible. 38. An awareness of the settler transition could in turn sustain an understanding of the relationships between settler peripheries and metropolitan cores that emphasized the immediate sovereign independence of the multiplying settler entities. This was a transformation that had crucially upturned, not merely complicated in the context of a networked pattern of relationships, the hierarchical relationship between center and periphery that is intrinsic to colonialism. Settler colonialism had turned colonialism upside down. Engages with this literature and aims to integrate it. Its aim is not so much to conrem a conceptual distinction, but, rather, to emphasize dialectical opposition. Colonial and settler colonial forms should not only be seen as separate but also construed 12. As antithetical. The aim is not to construct a coherent narrative, even less so to focus on specific locations. Focuses on settler colonial imaginaries and forms, extraordinarily different circumstances are here juxtaposed on the basis of morphological contiguity. In an attempt to analytically disentangle what should be seen as discrete elds, and relying on very diverse sources and literatures, each of the chapters in this book thus deals with a specific aspect of the divide separating colonial and settler colonial phenomena. Chapter 1 proposes a framework for the interpretation of the structural differences between the population economies of colonial and settler colonial formations. Chapter 2 outlines the specific nature of a settler colonial understanding of sovereignty, a political tradition that is crucially and immediately autonomous of colonial and imperial ones. Chapter 3 approaches the settler colonial mindset, a set of psychic states that are structurally distinct from those operating under colonial circumstances. Finally, Chapter 4 focuses on the different narrative forms underpinning colonial and settler colonial phenomena. Identifying two separate forms, of course, does not mean that they should not be seen as regularly coexisting on the ground. Reality is inevitably complex, and, as I repeatedly note throughout the book, colonial and settler colonial forms constantly interpenetrate each other and overlap in a variety of ways. On the contrary, as the foremost aim of the book is to develop an interpretative framework and language as a starting point for further, more thickly contextualized, research, is inevitably more programmatic and suggestive than conclusive. With these two crucial disclaimers in mind, the general argument that is developed throughout the book is as follows. On the one hand, the settler-colonial situation is characterized by a settler capacity to control the population economy as a marker of a substantive type of sovereignty. On the other hand, this situation is associated with a particular state of mind and a specific narrative form. Under these circumstances, the possibility of ultimately discontinuing/decolonizing settler-colonial forms remains problematic. Of course, even if it has not been the subject of sustained theorization, the analysis of phenomena that characterize the settler-colonial situation in one way or another has been approached from 13 very different perspectives. Traditionally, there was an emphasis on geographical determination. Climatic determinism had a significant and long-lasting impact. It was generally assumed that Europeans, and especially Anglo-Saxons, could only truly flourish in temperate zones. Other literatures have emphasized the gradual development of separate identities, focused on pioneering frontier activities and their effects, on racial exclusion, and concentrated on white conquering men and their body politics. Language has also been a traditionally emphasized feature, together with the gradual establishment of specifically European institutional and constitutional patterns and associated political institutions. 39 Alternatively, settler colonialism has been approached on the basis of its ultimate success, the eventual foundation of stable settler national polities. 40 Settler colonialism has also been approached via a focus on a specific positioning in world trade patterns, the comparative analysis of the development of settler capitalism, the transformation of local biota and landscapes, and a specific demography, where indigenous peoples are swamped by invading Europeans, and other migrations. 41 Specific patterns of land tenure, appropriation, and distribution, a predominance of individual initiative over state-centered activities, and, conversely, state promotion and organization of the settler enterprise have also been emphasized. Yet, other approaches have placed an emphasis on the colonizer's permanence, on particular spatial politics of exclusion, on specific reproductive regimes, and on a structural logic of elimination. 42 argues that the study of settler colonialism should be framed beside the study of migrations, colonialisms, comparative economics, environmental transformation, transplanted European institutional patterns, frontier circumstances, and national formation. Obviously, scholarly debate surrounding 14. These themes has been sustained and intense for generations. These literatures are massive. And yet, settler colonialism as a specific formation has not yet been the subject of dedicated systematic analysis. How can this neglect be explained? Suggests that settler colonial phenomena possess a mimetic character, and that a recurrent need to disavow produces a circumstance where the actual operation of settler colonial practices is concealed behind other occurrences. The settler hides behind the metropolitan colonizer, behind the activity of settlers elsewhere, behind the persecuted, the migrant, even the refugee. The settler hides behind his labor and hardship. 43 Most importantly, the peaceful settler hides behind the ethnic cleanser. 44 Settler colonialism obscures the conditions of its own production. A traditional distinction between colonialism, as exercised over colonist peoples, and colonization, as exercised over a colonist land, for example, is a long-lasting and recurring feature of settler colonial representations, and a trait that contributes significantly to remove settler colonialism from view. While this differentiation is premised on the systematic disavowal of any indigenous presence, recurrently representing colonialism as something done by someone else and colonization as an act that is exercised exclusively over the land sustains fantasies of pristine wilderness and innocent pioneering endeavor. Moreover, the very shape of the various national historiographies contributes to making settler colonialism difficult to detect. If, in metropolitan historiographies, the settlers are undistinguishable from the emigrants, and these terms are used interchangeably. In the various national settler historiographies, the settlers are the inhabitants of a polity to come, Proto-Americans, Proto-Australians, and so on. In both instances, the settler can hide behind the emigrant and the future citizen, and the transfer of a 15. Specific type of political sovereignty is blocked out by a failure to adopt a transnational perspective. Awareness of a resilient mimetic quality, on the other hand, can help explaining why settler colonialism remains currently most invisible where a settler colonial order is most unreconstructed. 45. In these instances, early settler independence ensured that the establishment of a settler colonial order would not need to contend with competing and distorting forms of imperial and colonial interference. And yet, it is in these two polities where the very invisibility of settler colonialism is most entrenched. The more it goes without saying, the better it covers its tracks. 46. It is important that we focus on the settlers, on what they do, and how they think about what they do. True, they have been the traditional subject of historical inquiry, and only recently the experience of indigenous people in settler contexts has been the subject of extensive scholarly activity. And yet, there are also risks intrinsic in focusing primarily on indigenous peoples and their experience. In a seminal essay, and in another context, but underlying a similar dynamic, Ava Baron noted that if we only investigate women, man remains the universal subject against which women are deemed in their particularity. 47. We should heed this advice, and similarly focus on settlers as well in order to avoid the possibility that, despite attempts to decolonize our gaze, we continue understanding the settler as normative. 48. A focus on the global history of settler colonial forms can sustain genuinely transnational approaches. 49. A number of transnational paradigms have been proposed: Atlantic, North Atlantic, Mid-Atlantic, Continental, Hemispheric, Oceanic, Colonial, Comparative, Neo-Imperial, and so on. 50. As settler colonialism is constitutively transnational, being essentially about the establishment and consolidation of an exogenous political community following a foundative displacement. Establishing settler colonial studies as a distinct scholarly eld would provide an inclusive direction for new research. 1. Population. A comprehensive body of historical and post-colonial literature highlights how the colonial situation is fundamentally premised on the sustained reproduction of a series of exclusive dichotomies, the most essential being the one separating colonizer and colonist. In contrast, in this chapter, I argue that the settler colonial situation establishes a system of relationships comprising three different agencies: the settler colonizer, the indigenous colonist, and a variety of differently categorized exogenous alternates. In this context, indigenous and subaltern exogenous others appeal to the European sovereign to articulate grievances emanating from settler abuse. The metropolitan agency interposes its sovereignty between settler and indigenous or subaltern exogenous communities, and settlers insist on their autonomous capacity to control indigenous policy. 1. In its etymological sense, economy refers to the act of governing a household. Settler colonialism is about domesticating. Population economy is used here to refer to recurring settler anxieties pertaining to the need to biopolitically manage their respective domestic domains. 2. Settlers resent imperial interference. Their capacity to manage the population economy of a settler locale can be identified as one crucial marker of settler substantive sovereignty. Significantly, however, the settler colonial situation is generally understood as an inherently dynamic circumstance where indigenous and exogenous others progressively disappear in a variety of ways: extermination, expulsion, incarceration, containment. 16. 17. And assimilation for indigenous peoples, restriction and selective assimilation for subaltern exogenous others, and an ultimate affirmation of settler control against exogenous metropolitan interference. Only the settler body politic in its ultimate sovereign assertion against metropolitan interference and against indigenous residues or other insurgencies is expected to survive an inherently temporary triangulation. In this chapter, I interpret the settler-colonial situation as primarily premised on the eruption into a specific locale of a sovereign collective of settlers. This chapter sketches the ways in which settler-colonial projects interpret and set out to manage the population economy of their respective domains. The RST section outlines the ways in which relations can be conceptualized within this situation. The second section focuses on transfer as a foundational trait of settler-colonial formations. Economy and settler collective. As a self-constituted settler body politic is established through a foundational sovereign movement across space, two negatively deemed alternatives are brought into existence. They comprise those who have not moved out to establish a political order, unlike those who belong to the settler collective, and those who have not autonomously moved in, unlike those who belong to the settler collective. 3. They are the exogenous and indigenous others. Indeed, colonialism and settler colonialism should be seen as distinct, especially because 2 is not 3. Architect of Latin American independence Simon Bolívar poignantly commented in 1819 on an inherently triangular system of relationships. We are neither Europeans nor Indians, but a mixed species midway between Aborigines and Spaniards. Americans by birth and Europeans by law, we find ourselves engaged in a dual conflict, disputing with the natives for titles of ownership, and at the same time struggling to maintain ourselves in the country of our birth against the opposition of the invaders. Thus our position is most extraordinary and complicated. 4. 18. And yet, considering the truly global spread of settler colonial forms, that position, while certainly complicated, especially in a Latin American context, is not particularly extraordinary. All settler projects need to manage in specific ways the triangular relationships involving settlers on the one hand, and indigenous and exogenous others on the other. 5. A relational system comprising 3 elements complicates the bilateral opposition between colonizer and colonist that is paradigmatic in the interpretative categories developed by colonial studies, what Jürgen Osterhammel deems in his typological classification of colonial phenomena as the inherent construction of inferior otherness, and Parchaturgi calls the rule of colonial difference 6 true, immigrant exogenous others often benet from the dispossession of indigenous people, even as their incorporation within the structures of the settler body politics remains pending. On the other hand, this triangular understanding of the settler colonial situation underlines the constitutive hegemony of the settler component, even if indigenous and exogenous subalternities are dialectically related to it. Indeed, exactly because of these relationships, it is the settler that establishes himself as normative. 7. How these agencies relate to each other, of course, varies dramatically. And yet, 2 fundamental variables can be identified. On the one hand, as the settler colonial situation is established via the movement across space of an exogenous collective of people, an indigenous/exogenous dialectic is established. 8. On the other hand, settlers are righteous, and since their movement is performed in the context of a sovereign entitlement that travels with the settler collective, a righteous/degraded dialectic is also instituted. A series of explanatory diagrams describing heuristically the relational geometry characterizing the settler. 19. Righteous. Exogenous indigenous. Degraded. Figure 1.1 Population economy. Colonial situation can thus be devised, where various groups can be plotted differently depending on their indigenous or exogenous character, and their supposed morality and potential for rectitude. These categories and the people they endeavor to identify, of course, are open to ongoing and protracted contestation, are never neatly separate, mutually shape each other, and are continually tested and reproduced. And yet, even radically dissimilar representational regimes, as recurring contestations conreme, with debate focusing on the possibility of establishing regenerated communities through settlement and resettlement, ultimately share a perception of the fundamental structures informing the population economy of a settler colonial locale. The upper section of this system is thus characterized by the possibility of regeneration and improvability, the lower section is characterized by its impossibility. 9. The idioms of settler colonialism conream the high/low dialectic in accordance with a cluster of orientational metaphors. 10. When settlers claim land, it is recurrently in the context of a language that refers to higher use, and assimilation policies are recurrently designed to uplift, elevate, and raise indigenous communities. In modern Hebrew, aliyah means ascent, and to settle on the land is, literally, to ascend to the soil. 11. At the same time, the settler eruption is from the right of Eld, a movement that attends the indigenous sector of the population system on the past and conreams what anthropologist Johannes Fabian has called in a different context denial of coevalness. 12. In a context where the settler collective is fundamentally deemed by permanent residency and sovereign entitlement, there are, as mentioned, a number of differently categorized exogenous others, those who are in place but have not yet been given access to political rights as settlers, those who are in place but cannot belong to the settler body politic, those who could belong but have not committed to the settler political community, and those who are permanently restricted from entering the settler locale. 13. In other words, those who lack either one of the Denning settler traits. And those who lack both, those who have not yet been admitted within the structures of the settler body politic, those who have not yet become permanently excluded, those who have not yet crossed the line separating inside from outside, and those who are never to cross that limit. The settler colonial situation is thus characteristically perceived as a dynamic environment where different groups are routinely imagined as transiting from one section of the population system to another. The settler collective. Crucially, as it is coming from elsewhere and as it sees itself as permanently situated, the settler collective is indigenous and exogenous at the same time. Ambivalent emotional strategies relating to location and origin are thus one consequence of settler colonialism's inherent ambiguity. Settler colonial nationalisms, for example, focus on at least two spaces of origin. On the one hand, the outback, the Bruce, the frontier, the back blocks, the true north and so on provide a mythical reference for indigenization processes, allowing for crucial settler investment in place and landscape. 14. On the other, settlers also routinely articulate diasporic identities via a focus on ancestral roots that are located elsewhere. 15. The settler has a liative and an affiliative connection with home, but home is alternatively both the old and the new place. The settler collective can thus be seen as occupying an indigenous/exogenous sector in the top section of the population system. In the context of a situation that is perceived as inherently dynamic, however, there are connecting tendencies operating at the same time on the settler collective, one striving for indigenization and national autonomy, the other aiming at neo-European replication and the establishment of a civilized pattern of life. 16. Indigenization is driven by the crucial need to transform an historical indigenization Europeanization. Settler self. Figure 1.2 The settler collective. 22. Tie into a natural one. 17. Europeanization consists in the attempt to sustain and reproduce European standards and way of life. Both trends remain fundamental features of settler projects. Historians of 18th-century British North America, for example, have faced for decades the apparent paradox of independence and Americanization on the one hand, and recolonization and Anglicization on the other proceeding together, of a society becoming more Creole and more metropolitan at once. 18. Similarly, the tension between the frontier thesis and Anglo-Saxon exceptionalism also remained unresolved. 19. If one considers the inherent dynamism of the settler colonial situation, however, these oppositions are not irreconcilable, as both processes refer exclusively to the segment of the population system that is characterized by improvability. Indigenization and Europeanization can be, and are, routinely compounded. The settler colonial idioms of improvement and progress refer to both. While these tendencies are only ostensibly opposed, they operate in a context in which the settler colonial entity endeavors systematically to supersede its settler colonial features. 20. A completely Europeanized setting has ceased being settler colonial as much as a totally indigenist one has. This is another constitutive difference between the colonial and the settler-colonial situation. A triumphant colonial society is a state of affairs where, as noted by Parchaturgi, change, the promised equality between colonizer and colonist, is forever postponed, where colonizer and colonist know and ultimately retain their respective places. On the contrary, a triumphant settler-colonial circumstance, having ceased to be a dependency of a colonizing metropole, having tamed the surrounding wilderness, having extinguished indigenous autonomy, and having successfully integrated various migratory waves, has also ceased being settler-colonial. 21 In other words, Europeanization and indigenization respond to the complementary needs of transforming the environment to suit the colonizing project and of renewing the settler in order to suit the environment. These tendencies, of course, can be harmonized in a variety of ways, and the changes in the land inevitably correspond to the making of a new man. Scholars of Europe overseas and its implication have contested for decades whether continuity or discontinuity with European templates should be seen as dominant. Hartz's theory of fragment extrication focused on Europe and emphasized continuity. Historical geographers disagreed and concentrated on land and market conditions in the new lands. If one allows for the sustained co-presence of both indigenization and Europeanization, however, the two approaches can be actually seen as mutually supporting and denning each other. 22 Then again, neither indigenization nor Europeanization, despite recurring fantasies of ultimate supersession, is never complete, and a settler society is always, in Derridean terms, a society to come, characterized by the promise rather than the practice of a truly settled lifestyle. 23 Indigenization and Europeanization could then be seen as asymptotic progressions. The line separating settler and indigenous must be approached but is never nally crossed, and the same goes for Neo-European imitation, where sameness should be emphasized but difference is a necessary prerequisite of the absolute need to at once distinguish between settler self and indigenous and exogenous others. 24 In the end, the indigenous remains always more genuinely indigenous, and cultural cringes linger on. Demi-savages and horrible colonials lurk behind all representations of regenerated frontier manhood. Settler projects thus express an unresolved tension between sameness and difference. Benedict Anderson has focused on the specter of comparisons as it applies to the ways in which colonist peoples perceive their world, a double consciousness that compels them to see through the prism of a dominant culture. 25 In this way the specter of comparisons also haunts the way in which settlers see their world, comparisons highlighting the specific contradistinction separating indigenous and settler, contrasts with home, of course, but also comparative references to other settlers and their projects. As a result, parallel to Australasian references to better Britonism, or Zionist images of redeemed Jewish life, for example, settler national projects are also often self-deemed in opposition to corresponding exemplary settlerhoods. 26 Settler colonialism is indeed a form of peer reviewing, even when indigenous and settler agencies are the only ones left contending on the ground. There is always an absent presence, metropolitan or otherwise, that contributes to shaping the settler-colonial situation. 27 Of course settlers occupy the borderlands of their section. At one end of the spectrum, they can be represented as collectives that have gone native, or, alternatively, they can be perceived as inhabiting the exogenous margin of the settler segment of the population system. These are groups that have managed to retain a European cultural specificity, a trait dialectically opposed to that of more indigenizing settler counterparts. 28 In Quebec, the habitant is routinely represented as attached to both the soil and to European traditions in opposition to the coureur de bois. 29 In Argentina, gauchos are opposed to the Europeanizing inclination of the liberal elites. In Australia, nomad pastoral workers have been contrasted against sober smallholders, and so on. 30 At any rate, settler projects need to maintain an ongoing balance between indigenization and Europeanization while embracing both, and this split is rarely reconciled. 31 As noted by Henry Nash Smith in his classic reconstruction of Daniel Boone's historiographical career, this tension can even exist within a single character, the harbinger of civilization enrichment, and someone perpetually escaping from it. The image of the wild Western hero could serve either purpose, he concluded. 32. Indigenous others. According to the representational regimes of settler colonial imaginative traditions, indigenous people are also ambiguously located. They can be represented as virtuous and dignified, or debased and savage. The indigenous others can be seen occupying the left-hand section of the system. The movement that institutes the settler colonial situation creates a further distinction between indigenous people that have been transformed by contact and those who are awaiting this transformation. 33. True, indigenous people are rarely represented as inherently virtuous, but sometimes they are. As John Komaroff and Alan Lester and David Lambert among others have explored in the case of early 19th century South Africa, for example, missionary and settler perceptions can clash over the issue of an indigenous capacity to lead a regenerated lifestyle. 34. Nonetheless, beside not infrequent attempts to physically liquidate the indigenous presence, the general tendency in this context is to perceive the indigenous population as rapidly degrading and/or vanishing. The possibility of indigenous assimilation, though, as Jeffersonian images of peaceable assimilation continuously coexisting with genocidal impulses is habitually retained. Again, degradation and absorption are only apparently contradicting each other, as they both operate in the context of a progressive erasure of the indigenous presence. They also refer to circumstances in which the settler colonial situation operates towards its ultimate supersession. In this context, fantasies of ultimately emptying in one way or another the indigenous section of the population system inevitably recur. 35. At times, the indigenous community's very indigeneity is questioned. In these cases, they are perceived and treated as exogenous others. Degradation. Indigenous others uplift and become likely candidates for deportation. 36. On the other hand, indigenous peoples can also be construed as putative settlers occupying a higher sector of the indigenous section of the population economy. 37. In this case, indigenous people are understood as awaiting closer association with the structures of the settler body politic. Exogenous others. The exogenous others that reside within the bounds of the settler entity can be seen as occupying a section on the right-hand side of the population system. They can also be represented either as virtuous or potentially so, or debased and hopelessly so. In the upper sector of the exogenous others segment of the population system are the probationary settlers, waiting to be individually admitted into the settler body politic. 38. The main trend is towards a process of selective inclusion for individual exogenous others that have entered or are entering the population economy, even though this is often quite controversial. At the same time, selective inclusion is premised both on a categorization that allows particular people to be considered for inclusion within the structures of the settler body politic and on a particular consciousness that allows specific migrants to embrace a settler colonial ethos. Selective inclusion necessitates collaboration, integration and exclusion, thus coding each other. Nativist agitation in a number of settler settings, for example, moved from sustained attacks against Irish Catholicism in the earlier decades of the 19th century to attacking Asian labor in the later ones. This shift marks the whitening of Irishness, but also underscores an ongoing settler need to pit indigenizing settlers against exogenous alterithies. There are, however, recurring calls for deporting people that are construed as undesirable and exogenous. 39. Alternatively, the possibility of permanent segregation for these undesirables is also considered. As assimilatory selective inclusion, expulsion, and segregation remain compatible management strategies, they all operate to ultimately empty the exogenous others sector of the population system. More generally, as in the previous cases, these complementary strategies also contribute to settler colonialism's ongoing drive towards its own supersession. In the lowest section of the population system dwell the abject others, irredeemable, they are permanently excluded from the settler. Segregation. Exogenous others. Selective inclusion. Figure 1.4 Exogenous others. 28. Body politic, and have lost their indigenous or exogenous status. These people are disconnected from their land and communities, are the subject of segregative practices that are construed as enduring, and are principally characterized by restrained mobility. Ongoing repression, of course, is one crucial element in the production of abject otherness. However, even a recognition of native title, or a recognition of indigenous sovereignty in the context of renewed treaty traditions, as they discriminate between indigenous others that retain entitlements and those who do not, is a crucial site for the constitution of abject otherness. A successful settler society is managing the orderly and progressive emptying of the indigenous and exogenous others segments of the population economy and has permanently separated from the abject others, drawing internal and external lines that cannot be crossed. If the settler collective epitomizes a synthesis of indigenous and exogenous virtues, the abject others typify a synthesis of indigenous and exogenous degeneracy. The two types remain dialectically linked. A settler world. The original displacement of the settler collective also institutes an inside/outside dialectic. On the outside, as the indigenous/exogenous. Figure 1.5 Abject others. 29. Opposition becomes meaningless. The representational regimes of settler colonialism see either improvable or non-improvable people. From a variously deemed notion of home, settler migration owes directly into the settler segment of the population system, or, alternatively, migrants enter the improvable segment of the exogenous others section. People needing reform would access the population system in this section, provided that they are deemed capable of eventual admission within the settler sector of the population economy. Beside home, there is the non-home category, from which people may be allowed entry to the improvable section of the exogenous others sector of the population system. Exogenous others that are perceived as unimprovable are permanently restricted entry. Settler nativist agitation sees to it. The internal, external dialectic operates to the right of the population system, and indigenous people are prevented from establishing unmediated associations with external agencies. The settler polities stubbornly insist on a capacity to treat indigenous relations as an exclusively internal matter and have collectively opposed in 2007 the UN Universal Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. 41. It is important to note that while, internally, the population economy takes a triangular shape, externally, settler colonial representational regimes remain stubbornly bilateral. On the outside, as Donald Denoon noted in relation to the long history of Australian eager involvement in overseas interventions, settlers inhabit a fundamentally colonial world. 42. Ronald Robinson's 1970s recognition of the settler as an ideal prefabricated collaborator of imperial endeavors could thus be recontextualized. The settler collaborates on the outside and, at the same time, asserts an independent sovereign capacity on the inside. 43. Appraising external subservience as a function of internal sovereign assertion can contribute to explaining, for example, the settler polities of the British Empire's commitment to it. 44. Managing this population system and the processes that characterize it can be problematic. Indigenous and exogenous subjectivities/alterities and their internal but separate positioning must be administered in equitable ways. 45. Hybrid forms also structurally upset a settler population economy. 46. As one scholar has recently noted, the success of mestizage as a racial ideology is the reason why a settler colonial paradigm remains inapplicable to Latin America. 47. Hybrid forms disturb the triangular system of relationships inherent in the settler colonial situation, and ultimately reproduce a dual system where two constitutive categories are mixed without being subsumed. 48. In the end, as hybridity reproduces a constituent dual logic, it relates to colonial forms rather than settler colonial ones. 49. If, in the context of a settler colonial population economy, hybrid life is a sexually transmitted disease. A triumphant settler entity has established a sovereign capacity to supervise indigenous and exogenous reproduction and is efficiently managing indigenous/exogenous mixing by suppressing its very possibility. Aboriginal people living under the Act, for example, needed officially sanctioned permission to marry in early 20th century Australia, and the 1897 Queensland Aboriginal Protection and Restriction of the Sale of Opium Act envisaged complete governmental control over Aboriginal family life. Likewise, slave marriages in pre-Civil War United States were subjected to ongoing approval by the relevant slave owners. 50. Conversely, an anxious settler society expresses doubts regarding its ultimate capacity to patrol the borderlands of its population economy. 51. Hence, the recurrent strategic need to steal mixed children, and the determined and sustained attempt to repress indigenous/exogenous collective ethnicity, as epitomized, for example, by the historical experiences of the Métis in Canada and the Griqua people in South Africa. 52. As explored by Wolff in a seminal article dedicated to the various classificatory regimes involving indigenous people in Australia and the United States and blacks in the United States and Brazil, settler sovereign control over the population economy can manifest itself in several ways. 53. The one-drop rule, for example, applies to African Americans, but not to indigenous people in Australia and the United States. 54. And yet, even if the population economy management strategies applicable to indigenous and exogenous others are ostensibly varied, as they both subsume racially mixed peoples in one or the other racial category, they both effectively deny the possibility of reproducing mestizo or mulatto existence. The sustained compartmentalization of the sectors accommodating indigenous and exogenous others is all important to the management of a settler colonial population economy, mestizo and mulatto, even if they are to be repressed, indeed, exactly because they must be repressed, should remain the only possible hybrid categories. 55-56. In this context, the Denning borders separating settler normativity and non-settler alterithies can be reinforced or undermined at different times and for different purposes. Indeed, a selective capacity to draw lines and slash or to erase them depending on opportunity and local circumstances constitutes a crucial marker of settler substantive sovereignty. Inclusion and exclusion should thus be seen as operating concurrently. 57. Appraising fundamentally different political traditions in the United States and their emphasis on either inclusion or exclusion, Rogers M. Smith, for example, has critiqued Tocquevillian interpretations and their focus on liberal democratic traditions of political inclusion for neglecting stubborn legacies of racial, gender, and ethnic exclusion. On the contrary, Smith proposed that inclusion and exclusion be seen as coexisting in the context of a multiple traditions political culture. This insight is relevant to understanding settler colonial forms. One result of this ambivalence/exibility is that the borders separating settler and indigenous alterithies can be undermined and reinforced concomitantly and without a need for consistency, as recently demonstrated in Australia, for example, by the simultaneous operation of the Northern Territory intervention and the delivery of Prime Minister Kevin Rudd's 2008 apology. Settlers can be simultaneously attracted and disgusted. They often at once cherish and denigrate indigenous alterithies. In any case, the boundaries separating the indigenous and exogenous other segments of the population system from contiguous sectors is that they must be internally porous and externally impermeable. One can get out but cannot get back in. 58. At the same time, while some boundaries must be understood as inherently temporary, for the same reason, irreducible residues must be understood as permanently excluded from access to the settler body politic. Perhaps the most salient feature of the population economies of settler colonialism is that whereas the tensions in force over the settler component lead higher, those operating on the indigenous and exogenous others lead inexorably out. 33. Transfer and settler colonialism. The very possibility of a settler project, a collective sovereign displacement, is premised on what historian of the Anglo Earl James Bullock has deemed as mass transfer, the capacity of shifting substantial clusters of peoples across oceans and mountain ranges. 59. On the other hand, as the settler colonial situation is primarily deemed by an inherent drive towards supersession, the two non-settler/non-normative sectors of the population economy must be seen as disappearing in a variety of ways. Following and expanding on Palestinian scholar Nur Mashala's intuition that transfer is the foundational category in Zionist thought, this section argues that all settler projects are foundationally premised on fantasies of ultimately cleansing the settler body politic of its THIRD-WORLDISm. 60. The settler transfer. Transfer is a more exible term than, for example, removal, is thus mirrored dialectically by an array of other ones. This section lists a number of strategies that can be deployed vis-a-vis the indigenous population in order to enact a variety of transfers. In the context of a settler colonial population economy, of course, a transferist imagination and practice applies to exogenous others as well, as demonstrated, for example, by the deportation and dispersal following the British conquest of the entire Acadian population of what would become Nova Scotia. 61. It is not surprising that the possibility of transferring people that can be construed as exogenous others becomes especially tempting in the presence of unregulated migratorios and other securitarian concerns. Moreover, the transfers of indigenous and exogenous others are intimately related. 62. The enactment of one transfer can facilitate, for example, conceiving the other, and calls for the colonization of freed African Americans in pre-Civil War United States were issued alongside demands for the removal of Indians. Nevertheless, this section focuses on transfer as applicable to indigenous people because exogenous others, unlike their indigenous counterparts, do not challenge with their very presence the basic legitimacy of the settler entity. In any case, despite their symmetrical positioning vis-a-vis settler normativity, the integration of exogenous others is relatively less complicated than the integration of indigenous people. Belonging within the settler polity can be more easily organized for exogenous others on the basis of a common exogenous origin and an emancipatory passage that follows displacement than, for indigenous others, on the basis of a quasi dispensation granting rights that are premised on an original dispossession. It is no coincidence that settlers routinely fantasize about exchanging indigenous peoples with exogenous others. 63. As the historical experience of Palestinians confirms, transfer does not exclusively apply to bodies pushed across borders. 64. On the other hand, as I detail below, transfer does not apply exclusively to Palestinians either. The transferist approaches itemized here are obviously different from each other. Some operate discursively, others operate at the level of practice, indeed, some are way less offensive than others. At times, they complement each other and are deployed concomitantly, at times, they are premised on the successful enactment of previous transfers. Often different transfers are presented as alternative options, and as compassionate policy. Sometimes different transfers are antithetical and mutually exclusive, but they can also overlap and blur into each other. Indeed, different strategies can become activated at different times and in response to the settler project's relative power and specific necessities. 65. Moreover, different settler concerns recurrently propose different transfers targeting different aspects of indigenous life. Settlers and their legislatures agitate for removal, missionaries for assimilation, the state operates by way of administrative transfers, and so on. However, as all these strategies aim to manipulate the population economy by discursively or practically emptying the indigenous sector of the population system, they share a transferist rationale. In the end, while the suppression of indigenous and exogenous THIRDs characterizes both colonial and settler colonial formations, the former can be summarized as domination for the purpose of exploitation, the latter as domination for the purpose of transfer. 35. Necropolitical transfer, when the indigenous communities are militarily liquidated. 66. Ethnic transfer, when indigenous communities are forcibly deported, either within or without the territory claimed or controlled by the settler entity. Wherever they end up, they cease being indigenous. Examples of this type of transfer are the forced removal of Cherokees from Georgia, and the expulsion of Palestinians from their homes during the Arab-Israeli conflict of 1948. 67 Settler colonial projects are specifically interested in turning indigenous peoples into refugees, even more so peoples that have been repeatedly forced to abandon their homes, are by definition indigenous to somewhere else, the very opposite of aboriginal. This type of transfer can happen when indigenous people are moved into reservations and when they are moved out of them. The background and stated objectives of different policies can vary. There is a predictable and transferist insistence, however, on ensuring that indigenous people are serially mobilized. 68 Various leading delusions of implementing voluntary transfers tie in with this type of transfer. After all, while the line separating voluntary and coerced migrations is traditionally a difficult one to draw, from a structural point of view, from the point of view of the population economy of a settler colonial circumstance, the distinction is largely irrelevant. Transfer by conceptual displacement, when indigenous peoples are not considered indigenous to the land and are therefore perceived as exogenous others who have entered the settler space at some point in time and preferably after the arrival of the settler collective. A complementary corollary to this type of transfer is that local indigenous peoples can then be collapsed into an unspecied wider native category. Indigenous South Africans could therefore become foreign natives and Africans. Similarly, Palestinians and Algerians could become Arabs. As this wider category inhabits borderlands outside of the territory claimed by the settler entity, this type of transfer allows for the possibility of discursively displacing indigenous people to the exterior of the settler locale. Transfer by conceptual displacement works equally in situations where indigenous people are perceived to be coming in from somewhere else and when they are perceived to be coming from nowhere. 36. In particular, ubiquitous representations of indigenous people as pathologically mobile and nomadic, constantly engaged in unpredictable and periodical migrations, traversing but not occupying the land, roaming, overrunning, skulking, wandering, and so on, fall within this category of transfer. 69. Civilizational transfer, when indigenous peoples in their supposed traditional form are represented as putative settlers. The already mentioned New Zealand tradition representing Maori as Aryans and French representations of the Algerian Kabyles emphasizing, in contradistinction against local Arabs, their independence, sedentarism, secularism, and democratic social organization are examples of this type of transfer. Alexis de Tocqueville, for example, celebrated the Kabyles by Europeanizing them. Among the Kabyles, the form of property and the organization of government are as democratic as you can imagine. In Kabylia, the tribes are small, restless, less fanatical than the Arab tribes, but much fonder of their independence, which they will never surrender to anyone. Among the Kabyles, every man is involved in public affairs, the authority that governs them is weak, elections are always moving power from one to another. If you wanted to end a point of comparison in Europe, you might say that the inhabitants of Kabylia are like the Swiss of the small cantons of the Middle Ages. 70. Civilizational transfer and transfer by conceptual displacement, however, interact. Charles Agerin, for example, notes how the Kabyles were held to be descendants of the Gauls, the Romans, Christian Berbers of the Roman period or the German Vandals. 71. The Kabyles were thus indigenous unlike the invading Arabs, and exogenous like the incoming French. Two types of transfer could thus be simultaneously operative in this context. The Arabs were not indigenous, the Kabyles could be represented as putative settlers. In these cases, paradoxically, as one specific form of indigeneity is ostensibly celebrated, indigenous people cease to be perceived as indigenous at all. In Australia, during the RST half of the 20th century, as Russell McGregor has pointed out, a significant strand of scientific opinion has held the Australian 37. Aboriginals to be racially akin to the Caucasians. 72. According to this type of transfer, the Europeans were not returning to Australia, but the Aborigines had once been Europeans. Founder of the Israeli state Ben-Gurion had fantasized in the 1910s and 1920s about Palestinian farmers being the descendants of biblical Jews. Civilizational transfer was thus one way of immediately indigenous the settler on the one hand, and establishing the equivalence of settler and indigenous claims on the other. 73. This is indeed a powerful form of transfer. Failing in that particular context to register Maori as indigenous, the New Zealand Federation commissioners attending proceedings in Federating Australia eventually recommended against federation on the basis of what they perceived as the colony's very questionable racial composition, a state of affairs that they deemed unsuitable to New Zealand's standards of settlerness. At the end of the War of Algerian Independence, a substantial number of collaborating Harkis were repatriated to France with the departing settlers. 74. Perception transfer, when indigenous peoples are disavowed in a variety of ways and their actual presence is not registered. Examples of a systematic propensity to empty the landscape of its original inhabitants are ubiquitous. Indigenous people are not seen, they lurk in thickets. Ultimately, even if they were around, they may have been wiped out by a variety of what the Massachusetts Puritans called Providence's wonderful preparation. Perception transfer is a crucial prerequisite to other forms of transfer. For example, it is crucial in allowing the successive activation of transfer by conceptual displacement. One of its consequences is that when really existing indigenous people enter the eld of settler perception, they are deemed to have entered the settler space and can therefore be considered exogenous. Transfer by assimilation, when indigenous people are uplifted out of existence. 75. This transfer does not necessarily imply the displacement of indigenous people. The language of assimilation, however, inevitably refers to movement. Assimilation raises indigenous. 38. Peoples. A classic version of this type of transfer is envisaged in Canada's Gradual Civilization Act of 1857 and the subsequent Gradual Enfranchisement Act of 1869. These acts distinguished between status Indian and Canadian citizen, and allowed for conditional co-optation within the settler body politic for indigenous persons that rejected their traditional communities and individualized their land. The assimilation of indigenous people in settler contexts is indeed a most complicated situation. Western Australia's Natives Act 1944, for example, enabled Aboriginal people to apply for a certificate of citizenship that would extend to successful applicants the privileges and duties of a natural-born or naturaliste subject of His Majesty. 76. This two-pronged characterization of assimilation epitomizes the contradictions of a settler population economy. On the one hand, indigenous people are native-born by definition, and this fact should not need administrative sanction. On the other hand, not having been born anywhere else, they cannot logically be the subject of any naturalization process. Assimilation is generally understood as a process whereby indigenous people end up conforming to variously constructed notions of settler racial, cultural, or behavioral normativity. 77. The term assimilation, however, also means absorption. It is the settler body politic that needs to be able to absorb the indigenous people that have been transformed by assimilation. But absorption and assimilation are not the same. One focuses on the settler entity, the other on the indigenous collective. One consequence of this unresolved ambiguity is that successful assimilation is never dependent on indigenous performance. Another consequence is that assimilation policies in a settler society respond to two quite different needs. The need to assimilate indigenous people can then coexist with the aim of reinstating an intractable end. 39. Unassimilable difference, which helps explaining why assimilation is never ultimately successful. 78. Assimilation, however, can be accessory to other transfers. Discussions of assimilation have normally focused on its declared intent of ensuring the homogeneity of the social body, and its critics have generally contested whether this aim can justify imposition, or whether a homogeneous social body is even desirable. A crucial and generally neglected aspect of assimilation processes, however, is that they operate by imposing on the indigenous element of the population economy a number of exogenous traits. This is perhaps why the assimilation of indigenous people retains its appeal even in the face of centuries of systematic failure. On the one hand, indigenous assimilation operates as a necessary dialectical counterpoint to the indigenization of the settler. On the other, even incomplete assimilation allows for the activation of various transfers by repressive authenticity. Indigenous autonomy can thus be effectively undermined for being too indigenous and not indigenous enough at once. More importantly, as assimilation allows indigenous people to be envisaged as only temporarily excluded, the ongoing possibility of an assimilation to come allows settler institutions to claim that they are ultimately representing all residents of the population economy. 79. Transfer by accounting, when indigenous people are counted out of existence. 80. This transfer includes instances when an administrative action with blood quanta enables predictions regarding the ultimate disappearance of indigenous people. 81. According to this type of transfer, a combination between indigenous and exogenous elements engenders an exclusively exogenous outcome. In this case, as in the previous one, the indigenization of the settler is mirrored by a parallel exogenization of the indigenous. It is significant that a shift from quantied descent to self-identified ethnicity in census gathering in Australia and New Zealand could be hailed as a victory of indigenous self-determination. 82. Alternatively, the settler body politic can also claim an equally transferist sovereign right not to count indigenous people. 18th and 19th century attempts to enumerate indigenous populations were an instrument of metropolitan and imperial endeavors to interpose an imperial agency between indigenous peoples and settler. 40. Control. Settlers consistently resisted these efforts in a succession of colonial scenarios, in North America during the second half of the 18th century, in Spanish America during the Bourbon reforms, and in South Africa in the RST half of the 19th century. It is indeed significant that both the United States and Australian constitutional texts explicitly ruled out the possibility of including indigenous peoples within the national census. In a different context, Arjun Apaturi has convincingly linked numbers, the creation of enumerated communities, with the development of colonial governance. Conversely, settler colonial governance at times relies on its sovereign capacity to preserve non-enumerated communities as a way to transfer them out of the developing political body. 83. This type of transfer also includes the recurring underestimation of pre-contact indigenous populations. An inclination to discount indigenous people involves then the living and the dead. 84. At any rate, an inclination not to count indigenous peoples should not be seen as being a thing of the past or a trait limited to the consolidating settler polity. Widespread failure to register births as a way to make indigenous people disappear is a current problem in settler Australia and an issue that similarly affects other settler societies. 85. While international campaigns aimed at ensuring that every child is registered at birth normally target developing nations, in Australia this issue has failed to attract public awareness, or to be recognised as a problem. 86. Withholding birth certificates by making registration complex, unavailable in specific locations, or expensive, produces an indigenous class of sans-papiers that cannot attend school, work, vote, drive, travel, access social security benefits, open a bank account, and have a tax lien number. It effectively turns indigenous peoples into refugees in their own countries. Transfer by means of repressive authenticity, when, as Patrick Wolfe has noted, authentic indigeneity is constructed as a frozen pre-contact essence, a quantity of such radical historical instability that its primary effect is to provide a formula for disqualification. 87. A selective acknowledgement of authentic indigenous claims allows, for example, targeting the ways in which entitlements can be transmitted across generations. While serving in 41. The settler colony of South Australia, future perpetrator of colonial massacres in Jamaica Edward John Eyre fantasized about an Aboriginal sovereignty that rested exclusively on the truly authentic Aboriginal elders he had personally encountered. Explicitly articulating an inherently temporary indigenous sovereignty, he did not allow for the possibility that these elders could ever be succeeded. He was thus recognizing an indigenous sovereignty in order to deny it. 88. This type of transfer quickly establishes a situation in which a lack of recognition ensures that really existing indigenous people and their grievances are seen as illegitimately occupying the indigenous section of the population system. 89. Their perceived illegitimacy can be then imaginatively rected, as unauthentic indigenous peoples cannot occupy the indigenous sector of the population system, they are perceived as usurpers and can conceptually be transferred elsewhere. Narrative transfer, when indigenous people are represented as hopelessly backward, as unchanging specimen of a primitive form of humanity inhabiting pockets of past surrounded by contemporaneity. A more sympathetic version of this type of transfer includes indigenous people being compared with and imagined as freedom-loving ancient Germans or Britons. Either way, this transfer focuses on indigenous continuity with the past. While these pockets can be understood as the narrative equivalent of indigenous territorial reserves, this type of narrative transfer establishes a situation in which really existing people are transferred elsewhere. The indigenous sector of the population economy is thereby discursively emptied. 90. Narrative transfer, when a tide of history rationale is invoked to deny legitimacy to ongoing indigenous presences and grievances. 91. This transfer focuses on fatal impacts, on indigenous discontinuity with the past, and typically expresses regret for the inevitable vanishing of indigenous people. If they have had their last stand, if their defeat is irretrievably located in the past, their activism in the present is perceived as illegitimate. 92. An emphasis on an unbridgeable discontinuity between indigenous past and post-colonial present, between an indigenous golden age and 42. Contemporary decadence, can then be used to dismiss an indigenous insurgency that must no longer subsist. Indigenous survival is thus transferred away, foreclosed. In the context of this type of transfer, settler discourse can at times recognize the historical reality of indigenous violent dispossession and genocide. It is now an established Australian convention, for example, that the traditional custodians of the land we meet on today should be publicly recognized. These original custodians, it is implied, are long gone, they are not really existing people with really existing grievances. No one thinks of recognizing the still unsurrendered sovereignty of really existing Aboriginal communities and their even now unextinguished title to land. It is well-meaning, however, in this case, an acknowledgement of an original custodianship actually contributes to ruling out the ongoing possibility of indigenous autonomy and self-determination. Emphasizing the gap between past and present, original custodianship apotropaically chases the specter of indigenous actionable proprietorship away. Conversely, in post-1984 Aotearoa/New Zealand, it is treaty relationships and associated patterns of judicial litigation that chase the need to chase that specter away. However, even if they constitute antithetical approaches, both apotropaic denial and treaty practice are premised on emphasizing the distance between past and present. Narrative transfer, when a radical discontinuity within the settler body politic is emphasized, and references to its post-colonial status are made. Highlighting an intractable discontinuity between a colonial past and a post-colonial present is thus part of a settler colonial transferist attitude whereby really existing indigenous people and their unextinguished grievances are seen as illegitimately occupying the indigenous sector of a post-colonial population system. Narrative transfer is then deployed as an instrument of denial. Narrative transfer, when settlers are also indigenous peoples, claims are made. This transfer focuses on settler continuity, and emphasizes how the settler ethnogenesis happened on the 43 land. In this case, even the acknowledgement of indigenous prior occupancy enables a type of transfer that ultimately establishes a moral equivalence between connecting claims. While indigenous people just happen to have arrived earlier, both groups have successfully indigenized. 93. A corollary to this transfer is an indigenous people are also settlers type of discourse. In this version, indigenous people, just like the settler collective, are shown to entertain an historical relation to the land. 94. This version of narrative transfer can also sustain the moral equivalence between settler and indigenous claims. Both versions of this narrative transfer constitute a crucial passage in an attempt to deny a particular ontological connection linking indigenous peoples to their land. Either way, as the inherent difference between settler and indigenous relationship to the land is erased, indigenous people as distinct from settlers are transferred away. And emphasize unbroken continuities, narrative transfers and emphasize intractable discontinuities, there is a narrative transfer available for all situations. And of course, narrative transfers can complement each other and be deployed concomitantly as required. Multicultural transfer, when indigenous autonomy is collapsed within exogenous alterity. In this case, settler normativity is retained even if the divide between indigenous and exogenous alterities is unilaterally erased and indigenous people are discursively transferred into a different category. 95. Bicultural transfer, when a bicultural compact is implemented or is given renewed constitutional validity, as in the case, for example, of Aotearoa/New Zealand's Waitangi process. Settler normativity is retained even if the divide between indigenous and settler communities is effaced and subsumed within a wider binational unit. As insightfully noted by New Zealand critical theory scholar Stephen Turner, indigenous peoples are then required to perform their indigeneity according to officially sanctioned protocol, cease being indigenous per se, and end up performing a compulsory type of indigeneity for the sake of the settler state. 96. 44. Transfer by coerced lifestyle change, when it is the indigenous way of life and social and political organization that is transferred away. Enforced sedentarization, for example, may look like the absence of transfer, but efforts to immobilize indigenous people necessarily imply a degree of displacement. Besides, this type of transfer is conducive to other transfers. While transfer by sedentarization is premised on a previous nomadization of indigenous peoples, it enables the possibility of initiating transfer by assimilation and transfer by repressive authenticity, and the individualization of communal indigenous tenure had devastating consequences for indigenous cohesion in the United States and New Zealand. In this case, it was a specifically indigenous customary way of allocating, transferring, and recognizing property rights that was transferred away. 97. A further version of this type of transfer is when indigenous ecosystems become targeted. In this instance, it is indigenous traditional forms of economic activity, not bodies, that are transferred away. Administrative transfer, when the administrative borders of the settler polity are redrawn and indigenous people lose entitlements they had retained in the context of previous arrangements. In this case, as the settler entity retains the sovereign capacity to draw and enforce administrative boundaries, it is rights, not bodies, that are transferred, and indigenous peoples become the subject of a transfer that does not necessarily displace them physically. The institution of territorial reserves often ties in with this type of transfer, but administrative transfer can also take the form of a shift in the individual and collective legal capacities of specific indigenous constituencies. 98. The case of exempted Aborigines and competent Indians can be mentioned in this context. 99. Settlers insist on their capacity to deem who is an indigenous person and who isn't, and this capacity constitutes a marker of their control over the population economy. Privileging a definition of indigeneity that is patrilineally transmitted, for example, can allow the possibility of transferring indigenous women and their children away from their tribal membership and entitlements. 45. Diplomatic transfer, when indigenous peoples are constrained within sovereign or semi-sovereign political entities. In this case, as a territorial section of the settler-controlled locale is excised from the settler body politic, indigenous peoples are transferred outside of the settler entity's population economy. This phenomenon is not infrequent and variously informs a number of decolonization processes. De Gaulle had in mind demographic considerations that involved France proper when he opted to allow for the discontinuation of French rule in Algeria. The settler-dominated Federation of Rhodesia and Nyasaland was disassembled for similar reasons. Non-diplomatic transfer, when the settler entity retains paramount control but ostensibly relinquishes responsibility for a specific area. In this case, as in the previous one, a territorial section of the settler-controlled locale is seemingly excised from the settler body politic, and indigenous peoples are transferred outside of the settler entity's population economy. Israel, however, retained exclusive control of the Gaza population registry despite an ostensible withdrawal. Settler sovereign control of the population economy was never relinquished. Indigenous incarceration/criminalization/institutionalization, when indigenous peoples are forcibly institutionalized in one way or another. At times, indigeneity is collapsed with criminal behavior, and incarceration, of course, transfers indigenous people away from their communities and land. Criminalization, however, is also crucial to the disavowal of the inherently political character of indigenous demands. As indigenous people are collectively reclassified as something else, the indigenous sector of the population system is emptied and discursively transferred to another domain. However, similar transfers are also activated when indigenous peoples are reclassified as the poor, or when indigenous people are infantilized as natural, simple, naive, preliterate, and devoid of self-consciousness children. 100 In the Canadian system of residential schools, transfers, and can be seen as operating concurrently. 46. Treating the indigenous problem as a welfare matter is also a transferist reax. Calls to close the gap between indigenous and non-indigenous constituencies are premised on indigenous dysfunction, not sovereign entitlement. As indigenous rights become settler generosity, indigenous sovereign capabilities are transferred away. Both denunciations of welfare dependency and defenses of indigenous welfare can thus be seen as transferist responses. 101. Transfer by settler indigenization, when settler groups claim current indigenous status, as epitomized, for example, by the Upstate Citizens for Equality organization slogan, "Born in the USA, we are Native American." 102 Similar claims are routinely issued in other settler societies as well. Attempts to establish the New Zealanders as an ethnic category, instances of Afrikaner groups collectively seeking indigenous minority status in post-apartheid South Africa, and Asian immigrants demanding recognition of their native status in Hawaii are examples of this type of transfer. As the indigenous segment of the population system is discursively invaded by settler constituencies claiming their indigeneity, indigenous specificality becomes effaced. 103 Sometimes settler indigenization includes the appropriation of indigenous cultural attributes or even the very language of indigenous resistance. 104 Opposition against native title, for example, is recurrently based on a powerful mobilizing set of images including traditional lifestyles, and deep and long-standing, ancestral connection to place. On the other hand, hostility against the possibility of positive discrimination favoring indigenous constituencies is persistently framed within the idiom of racial equality. Historian Geoffrey Blaney's response to the Australian High Court's recognition that native title may have survived, for example, included a populist call for land rights for all. 105 Transfers and are often used conjointly. However, they remain crucially distinct. In one case, the past is used as a legitimating factor, in the other, the focus is entirely on the present, and the possibility that the past be used as a foundation for legitimating claims is rejected. 47. Transfer by performance, when settlers, indeed often the very epitomes of regenerated settlerhood, dress up as natives. 106 Examples of this type of transfer include the Boston Tea Party, when American patriots dressed as Indians led the disturbances, and elite Israeli Mustaravim army teams. 107 All Blacks non-Maori performers of the Maori haka before rugby union international matches, and Native American mascots identifying sporting teams could also be mentioned in this context. 108 This transfer can operate literally as disguise and at the cultural level. The Jindawarabak cultural movement in 1930s Australia, for example, insisted on the need to draw inspiration from the Australian land and its genius. This inspiration, they assumed, would unite Australians and Aborigines into a single cultural brotherhood. While in Playing Indian, Philip J. Deloria has focused on the role of performing Indianness in enabling the construction of settler self and identity formation. In Going Native, Sherry M. Hoondorf links going native with primitivism, ambivalent feelings about modernity, and the need to obscure a violent conquest. 109 The transfer effect of these performances, however, should also be emphasized. Playing indigenous, even when aided by the display of traditional dress, customs, and ceremonies, and even when there is a genuine attempt to involve actual indigenous peoples, is never entirely convincing. It is important to note, however, that the soliloquy between more and less indigenizing settlers does not need indigenous people. 110 As settlers occupy native identities, indigenous people are transferred away. 111. Transfer by name conscation, when settlers conscate the very term that identifies indigenous peoples. Naming, of course, is about and produces entitlement, but name appropriation is an equally powerful dispossessory tool. Donald Denoon has noted this recurring phenomenon. Despite differences between the situations and the peoples, each settler society gave a collective name to the original. 48. People, then told them to forget it as they appropriated that term and renamed the indigenes. Similarly, Canadian had initially been associated with Indians, but was eventually appropriated by French Canadians, and many states in the United States are identified by indigenous group designations. In the case of the New Zealand of the Mayor Island period, the name was appropriated twice. 112 This does not happen naturally. Outlining these processes, Denoon detects a deliberate act of suppression, in each case the earlier usage, being inconsistent with emerging social forms, was RST abandoned and then suppressed. 113 In this context, emerging social forms means the progressive entrenchment of a settler colonial project. The power of this type of transfer should not be underestimated. The long-term viability of the settler project is ultimately compromised when settlers fail to indigenize their collective label. French Pied Noir left French Algeria, not an Algerian France. A possible alternative is to change the country's name, as, for example, Israel was able to establish after 1948. It can go the other way as well, and very few Rhodesians remain in Zimbabwe. 114. Transfer by racialization, when blackness and whiteness are seen as categories fundamentally denning the social body in accordance to what Charles W. Mills has authoritatively described as the racial contract. 115 The racial contract categorizes indigenous peoples as something else, effaces their indigeneity, and blocks out the indigenous/exogenous dynamic that is intrinsic to the settler colonial situation. The recoding of indigenous people as racially different thus constitutes a form of transfer, one result of a desire to exchange indigenous others with exogenous ones. 116 As this transfer obliterates the distinction between colonialism and settler colonialism and allows settler colonialism to disappear behind other forms of colonial expropriation, the ideological labor performed by this type of transfer should not be underestimated. 117 Quite significantly, however, both the racist ideologies that insist on the dichotomy between white and non-whites and their adversaries transfer indigeneity away. It is unsurprising that the relationship between indigenous activism in settler locales and civil rights agendas has been a contrasted one. 118. 49. Transfer by executive termination, when indigenous Altieri, its very name, is administratively terminated. In 1638, at the conclusion of the Pequot War, the Treaty of Hartford stipulated that the surviving Indians shall no more be called Pequots but Narragansetts and Mohegans. 119 To foreclose federal involvement, in 1880 the Rhode Island State Legislature declared the Narragansett people extinct. 120 In 1899, an imperial act renamed the Ainu of Japan as former Aborigines. In this case, Aborigines, literally, people who have no other origin, became former Aborigines without moving, a logical impossibility. After the Second World War, the U.S. Congress went on a termination spree and dissolved dozens of indigenous tribes. Similarly, indigenous Tasmanians were not officially recognized for decades. The transfer of settlers, when settlers move into secluded enclaves in the attempt to establish a population economy that is characterized by no indigenous presence. This transfer has a long history, especially as far as metropolitan efforts to manage settler frontiers are concerned. Imperial and colonizing polities have recurrently attempted to enforce the rigorous separation of indigenous and settler spaces, and at times transferring settlers seemed more viable than transferring indigenous people. Protectorates of Aborigines were established as branches of government in the settler colonies to this end. 121 British imperial authorities even partitioned North America in 1763, and declaratively attempted to prevent settler trespass. On the other hand, it should be emphasized that the possibility of transferring settlers, the possibility of imagining a settlerless locale beyond what in Australian traditions are known as the boundaries of location, crucially enables indigenous transfer, as it establishes the acceptability of population transfers and conreams the need for rigorous spatial separation. Thinking about removing settlers or preventing them from entering indigenous areas is ultimately functional to the establishment of corresponding indigenousness spaces. Israeli 50 settlers, for example, were transferred from Gaza in 2005 in the explicit attempt to sustain the ongoing transfer of Palestinians elsewhere and in the context of an unashamedly transferist ideology and practice. As recurring Afrikaner calls to establish separate white homelands in South Africa also demonstrate, the transfer of settlers is a current phenomenon. Transfer by indigenous/national reconciliation, when reconciliation is officially sanctioned and the indigenous section of the population system disappears into the reconciled nation category. Apart from the obvious positive effects that a genuine reconciliation process entails, especially if one considers the alternatives, reconciliation processes can also be seen as contributing to the extinction of otherwise irreducible forms of indigenous alterity. Besides, a triumphant settler society must be a fully reconciled one, and apologies and reconciliation are indeed a powerful act of relegitimation and settler self-supersession. 122. In Making and Unmaking of Strangers, Zygmunt Bauman notes that all societies produce strangers. He then contends that the typical modern strangers were the waste of the state's ordering zeal. What the modern strangers did not see was the vision of order. When you draw dividing lines and set apart the so divided, everything that blurs the lines and spans the divisions undermines the work and mangles its products. The strangers exhaled uncertainty where certainty and clarity should have ruled. In the harmonious, rational order about to be built there was no room, there could be no room for neither nors, for the sitting astride, for the cognitively ambivalent. The order building was a war of attrition waged against the strangers and the strange. 123. In Bauman's account, two main strategies to carry out the elimination of strangers are available. And this war two alternative, but also complementary strategies were intermittently deployed. One was anthropophagic, annihilating the strangers by devouring them and then metabolically transforming them into a tissue indistinguishable from one's own. This was the strategy of 51. Assimilation, making the different similar, the smothering of cultural or linguistic distinctions, forbidding all traditions and loyalties except those meant to feed the conformity of the new and all-embracing order, promoting and enforcing one and only measure of conformity. The other strategy was anthropoemic, vomiting the strangers, banishing them from the limits of the orderly world and barring them from all communication with those inside. This was the strategy of exclusion, conning the strangers within the visible walls of the ghettos or behind the invisible, yet no less tangible prohibitions of commensality, connubium, and commercium, expelling the strangers beyond the frontiers of the managed and manageable territory, or, when neither of the two measures was feasible, destroying the strangers physically. 124. In a modernist context, the stranger's presence was understood as inherently temporary, but in a postmodern predicament, strangers are here to stay. In our postmodern part of the world, the age of anthropophagic and anthropoemic strategies is over, he concludes. 125. Bauman's analysis does not specifically address the constitutive difference between indigenous and exogenous strangeness in a settler context. Nevertheless, his study applies to both settler colonial modernities and settler colonial postmodernities. Anthropophagic or anthropoemic strategies are now anachronistic. And yet, even if indigenous and exogenous alternates are now predominantly construed as enduring. As the list of available transfer strategies suggests, transfer remains a fundamental attribute of a settler colonial population economy. In the Tropics of Empire, Nicholas Y. Gomez has recently explored the intellectual prehistory of European colonial traditions. He traced the medieval trajectory of tripartite Aristotelian political theory and followed its eventual transit into colonial practice and ideology. According to Aristotle's theory, Greeks, as opposed to both the northern barbarians and Asians, are the only ones truly capable of self-determination. While this set of ideas was instrumental in justifying the enslavement of African and Indian colonist people, a tripartite vision of the world, as I have argued in this chapter, is also relevant to settler colonial formations and their population economies. 126 As a settler population economy is focused on transfer rather than the subjugation of indigenous people, it was the other side of Aristotle's political theory that was instrumental to the specific requirements of an alternative colonial form. Y. Gomez's book is subtitled Why Columbus Sailed South to the Indies. But if Columbus sailed south in the very colonial expectation to encounter people he could justably enslave, one could argue that settlers in the main removed to temperate areas in the expectation that the people they would encounter can be displaced. On the other hand, as already noted in the introduction, settler invasion is a structure, not an event. No matter how much it tries, the settler colonial situation cannot ultimately supersede itself. 127 Despite settler delusions of null transformation, save for indigenous genocide, mass deportations, or a settler counter-exodus that empties the population system of its settler component, a triangular system of relationships and its population economy remain unavoidable. Can a non-transferist approach to the population economy of settler polities be theorized? Can a way out of the settler colonial situation be envisaged beyond the elimination of its indigenous or exogenous elements? Even if a triangular structure of relationships should be understood as enduring, what could change is the content of these relationships and, most crucially, the type of agency that is charged with its governance. In other words, what could change is the implicit settler sovereign entitlement that underpins the settler colonial situation and the management of its population economy. Calls for the recognition and enactment of indigenous sovereignties have characterized the activities of what has in recent decades become a true indigenous international. 128 Shifting the variability to manage the population economy away from the settler collective, the recognition of indigenous forms of sovereignty in a variety of settler polities would constitute a genuinely non-transferist move. 2. In this chapter, I outline a special type of sovereign entitlement that is claimed by a specific class of settlers, those who have come to stay, those who will not return home. 1. It is an animus manendi that distinguishes the settler from the other colonists. As the very word settler implies, it is the intention to stay that contributes the crucial differentiating trait. Thomas Jefferson, for example, supported extending the right of suffrage to all who had a permanent intention of living in the country. Take what circumstances you please as evidence of this, he added, either having resided a certain time, or having a family, or having property, any or all of them. 2. Animus manendi is thus manifested by residency, suitable reproduction, and possession. 3. In this chapter, I also argue that while settlers see themselves as founders of political orders, they also interpret their collective efforts in terms of an inherent sovereign claim that travels with them and is ultimately, if not immediately, autonomous from the colonizing metropole. The idea that residents of a colonial polity would enjoy special rights has a very long lineage, and even precedes the inception of clearly recognizable colonial relationships. Normally, sovereignty is understood as one basic criterion defining a political space, and a territory is deemed in its unity as the extension of a particular sovereignty and jurisdiction. As a growing literature confirms, however, the relationship between sovereignty and territory. 53. 54. Is indeed a complex one. For in this chapter, I focus on the corporate nature of settler political entities and suggest that a settler sovereignty should be understood in pluralistic terms, a concept contiguous with self-government and suzerainty, and not as primarily concerned with establishing state institutions. A focus on political power rather than state sovereignty, it is argued, enables an exploration of settler colonialism's self-constituting capacity and its inclination to privilege isopolitical relations between colonizing metropoles and settler colonial peripheries. 5. Often operating on a different plane, settler understandings of a localized corporate sovereignty can thus coexist beside, within, and in conjunction with colonial, imperial, national, and even post-colonial sovereignties. Settler colonial political traditions in a multiplicity of locales shared a particular cluster of ideas pertaining to the foundation of new societies. If sovereignty can be seen as the relationship between people, power, and space over time, this chapter argues that a settler sovereignty is characterized by an exclusive interpretation of settler peoplehood, a specific understanding of sovereign capacities and their location, and by the conviction that the settler colonial setting is charged with a special regenerative nature. Of course, this approach does not deny the actual messiness of settlement and associated processes. Most of the colonists who moved to the New Worlds did so individually, without a conscious determination to establish a new, ideal, society, and with no specific understanding of their inherent sovereignty. However, ideas about entitlements emanating from residing individually and collectively in a special place traveled to, were available, or eventually became available. Placing an emphasis on a number of previously neglected factors that contributed to the consolidation of settler colonial transnational imaginaries, the RST section of this chapter emphasizes the need to explore this untidiness by developing a new analytical frame. The second section sketches the ways in which self-constituted settler colonial sovereignties can 55. Articulate their operation within and without developing colonial and imperial sovereignties. An ancient and corporate foundation. The idea that individuals permanently residing outside of Europe should enjoy particular rights, entitlements that are explicitly framed in the language of special sovereign rights has a very ancient origin. Aristocratic families settling in Sardinia on behalf of the Pisan Republic, for example, stubbornly insisted on their sovereign prerogative to remain citizens and at the same time exercise their personal domination over the territory they were administering. 6. While Belgian historian Charles Verlinden convincingly demonstrated that the development of colonial relations in the Atlantic world was historically continuous with pre-modern Mediterranean arenas, claiming special exemptions against a sovereign power on the assumption that European settlers living in a colonial locale must enjoy exceptional rights is as old as colonialism. Genoese colonists only accepted to permanently settle in the Cape Verde Islands in the 1460s after great liberties and franchises had been granted to them. They claimed that since the islands were so distant from Portugal, colonists should be exempt from paying tithe or other tribute. They also demanded that feudal obligations not be extended to newly settled domains, a long-lasting and recurring demand of settler colonial discourse. 7. Later, it was in the British Caribbean that a revendication of the preeminent sovereignty of colonials within their domains was articulated by the local legislatures. 8. In all these cases, it is not a reference to ancient rights or to unsurrendered personal freedoms that is invoked in order to assert autonomy from obligations. It is, on the contrary, an entitlement that emanates from residency in a special locale. It is at the same time a blue water rationale for colonial autonomy that rejects the possibility of reproducing Old World relations in a separate setting. Both ideas would enjoy remarkable currency. However, a settler's sovereign claim should be seen as based on a particular lifestyle as well as on residency in a special locale. Advocating separation from Virginia after the Revolution, settlers. 56. From the Western districts emphasized in a memorial both difference from and complementarity with, what they perceived as constitutively dissimilar circumstances. Our nearest seaports will be among you, your readiest resources for effectual succor in case of any invasion will be to us, the fruits of our industry and temperance will be enjoyed by you, and the simplicity of our manners will furnish you with protable lessons. In recompense for these services you will furnish our rustic inhabitants with examples of civility and politeness and supply us with conveniences which are without the reach of our labor. 9. Another petition referred to the inconveniences, dangers, and difficulties, which language itself wants words to express and describe. Settlers had to endure. On the contrary, the petitioners claimed that the rest of their countrymen, softened by ease, enervated by affluence and luxurious plenty, and unaccustomed to fatigues, hardships, difficulties or dangers. 10. A conciliatory tone should not deceive. An assertion of a right that is based on uncorrupted simplicity of manners, in this case, amounts to the proclamation of a separate, inherent, and irreducible sovereignty that arises from embracing a particular lifestyle. The possibility that colonies would immediately establish their independence had always been an established assumption of regions dedicated to the founding of new societies. Hobbes, for example, had explicitly considered this possibility in Leviathan. That this could happen was just one of the possible arrangements. The procreation, or children of a commonwealth, are those we call plantations, or colonies, which are numbers of men sent out from the commonwealth, under a conductor or governor, to inhabit a foreign country, either formerly void of inhabitants, or made void then by war. And when a colony is settled, they are either a commonwealth of themselves, discharged of their subjection to their sovereign that sent them, in which case the commonwealth from which they went was called their metropolis or mother, and requires no more of them than fathers require of the children whom they emancipate and make free from there. 57. Domestic government, which is honor and friendship, or else they remain united to their metropolis, as were the colonies of the people of Rome, and then they are no commonwealths themselves, but provinces, and parts of the commonwealth that sent them. So that the right of colonies, saving honor and league with their metropolis, dependeth wholly on their license, or letters, by which their sovereign authorized them to plant. 11. Generally accepted narratives of colonial expansion followed by settlement, the gradual development in situ of an identity that is distinct from the metropoles, and, eventually, by a settler assertion of independence should then be integrated with an understanding of a settler sovereignty that is never relinquished and travels with the settler collective. 12. The Pizarroist movement in 1540s Spanish America is another early example of a settler assertion of a distinct sovereignty, a right to self-government that is invoked against metropolitan attempts to exercise direct power and, specifically, to interpose the imperial agency between indigenous peoples and settlers. 13. Annals historian Mark Farrow calls this phenomenon colonist independence. Notices its unbroken continuity from 16th century Spanish America to 1970s Rhodesia, and describes it as the most advanced stage of white colonial expansion. 14. The enduring resilience and recurrence of these rhetorical stances suggest that Lewis Hartz's insight regarding the fragments being both traditional and pre-national political bodies may have retained some analytical cogency. An historiography that routinely assumes that settler colonial forms are inherently constitutive of modernity should also be integrated with an appraisal of settler colonialism's parallel escape from it. 15. Conversely, a failure to allow for the transfer of sovereign prerogatives can have disastrous consequences for the settler enterprise. The collapse of English Puritan attempts in Providence Island and Scottish efforts in Darien, for example, confirms that settler efforts prefer sovereign autonomy over colonial subordination. The investors of the Providence Island Company had remained in England and retained control of the whole enterprise throughout the colonies. 58. Short history. Effective power remained in England, and while communication remained difficult and governance inexorable, an insistence on a corporate monopoly of shipping and labor shortages severely hindered growth. Most importantly, as the colony had also been founded in the pursuit of privateering opportunities, the colonists were required to contribute to the colony's defenses. The usual relationship in which it is the community of settlers that vocally demands the protection of the colonizing metropole was in this case fundamentally upturned, and it was the settlers that were contributing to the imperial effort, not vice versa. The colony failed to prosper or even consolidate and was eventually abandoned. Similarly, those in charge of the Darien venture in what is today Panama did not even dismount the ships. In this case, as ultimate power remained aboard, no transfer of any sovereign prerogative was ever initiated. 16. On the contrary, Francis Jennings's analysis of the invasion of America convincingly outlines a localized, stubborn, punctilious, resilient, and ultimately effective determination to sustain a variety of local sovereignties against metropolitan interference and against each other. He highlights the feudal nature of the original colonization of the Americas, as in feudal times the sovereign's authority rose and fell proportionately to its distance from the scene of operations. 17. However, in the context of research aimed at recovering a specific genealogy of settler colonial dispositions and despite an obvious circumstantial incapacity to institute meaningful direct metropolitan control, it is not the feudal nature of the relationships between local European settlers and a distant sovereign that should be emphasized, but, on the contrary, the specific nature of a self-governing capacity that is acquired via a voluntary movement to a separate location. Settler projects are recurrently born in a vacuum of empire that is intentionally sought, and in a displacement that is associated with a determination to establish unique political settings. Only an outward movement allows an assertion of a separate sovereignty that does not require a revolutionary break. 59. It is not a leftover from transplanted political traditions, it is the beginning of a distinct political tradition and its sovereignty. This tradition and sovereignty operated within a system of corporate governance that made settler endeavors particularly strong. It was the City of London as a corporate collective entity constituted in the Society of the Governor and Assistants, London, of the new plantation in Ulster, within the realm of Ireland, also known as the Honourable the Irish Society, that undertook to settle what it would call Londonderry. Jonathan Bardon's reconstruction of this beginning outlines an unmistakably corporate endeavor. On December 17, 1613 at a court of common council, with great pomp and ceremony, a draw was held for the 12 proportions of the Londonderry plantation. The Fty London companies, regularly levied for contributions to the enterprise, arranged themselves into 12 associations, the goldsmiths, for example, joining with the cordwainers, paint-stainers, and armorers. By the luck of the draw, taken by the city sword-bearer, the grocers, the fishmongers, and the goldsmiths got fertile proportions, while the drapers and the skinners were left with land that was poorer and more inaccessible. 18. Similarly, the Massachusetts Bay Company retained a corporate system of governance even after it ceased being a joint stock venture and became a landed body politic endowed with a written constitution. 19. The settlers of 1820 relocated to the Cape Colony in accordance with a remarkably articulated system of corporate organization that allowed for a flexible capacity to accommodate for self-funded groups of independent settlers and clusters of settlers to be people that had not migrated independently but needed the involvement of some interested landlord. 20. The list of settler colonial endeavors characterized by a corporate foundation is indeed extensive, and involves projects operating in a variety of frontiers at quite different times, including 1730s Georgia, 1810s Red River Colony, 1830s South Australia, 1840s New Zealand, and, more recently, the Western Australia of the group settlement scheme and pre-state Israel. 21. These are widely differing enterprises, taking place 60. At various times, under remarkably diverse political circumstances, in dissimilar locales, and in response to often diverging impulses. This variety confirms a pattern of corporate sovereign action. Of course, an emphasis of corporate non-state foundational imprintings is not a historiographical novelty, especially in the context of the historiography of the colonial foundations of what would become the United States. Reacting typologically on early experiences in the colonization of North America, L.D. Cisco had detected in 1903 a widespread pattern of corporate union of proprietorship with jurisdiction, and Carter Goodrich and Sol Davison's pioneering 1930s work on working class participation in the westward movement described a multitude of associations, societies, cooperative endeavors, schemes, and subscriptions, all constituted for the purpose of settler migration. 22. In their global appraisal of settler colonial forms in the 20th century, Caroline Elkins and Susan Peterson emphasized the role of the state in promoting settler projects and a related settler capacity to control local institutions and inform its activities. 23. Alternatively, beside references to expanding colonial/imperial polities, the role of individual initiative in the opening of frontiers and in compelling settlement processes has been repeatedly emphasized. 24. The point is not to deny these elements' importance, after all. Individualist acquisitiveness can only be understood in relation to collective acquisitiveness. These, however, were not the only factors involved, and the history of settler displacements should be seen as fundamentally characterized by non-state corporate forms. 25. On the other hand, in the global analysis of settler colonial forms, a corporate foundation should be understood as corporatist as well as corporate. It is a corporate effort for the purpose of settlement and not an enterprise exclusively or primarily aimed at accruing returns on capital investment. 26. The political traditions of settler colonial endeavor often express a determined resolve to subordinate market forces. The British South Africa Company, which had autonomously settled the Rhodesias without direct British administration, never paid dividends to its shareholders. Afrikaner Volkskapitalisme as it was developed in the context of 1930s South Africa, espoused the idea that the entire settler social body should benefit from a flourishing economy. 27. Cooperative schemes and populist agitation against. 61. Monopolies and money power tie in with this tendency. A focus on the global expansion of capitalist relations has produced an historical literature that overlooks a long-lasting determination to produce social bodies where capitalism is at the service of settlement and not vice versa. 28. An account of an ongoing drive to escape market forces should accompany established interpretative patterns centered on imperialism and settler capitalism. The two movements could then be understood as coexisting, even if operating in mutual tension. An historiography of settler colonial phenomena that has focused on the dynamics of imperial and capitalist expansion, state activity, and individual initiative should therefore be integrated with the understanding of a localized corporate foundation. 29. HBO TV series Deadwood recently recorded on the contested self-constitution of a settler community. Series I tells the story of the establishment of a foundational sovereignty. Series 2 recounts its complicated and connected subsumption/cooptation within an external territorial polity, and Series 3 relates the story of a mining monopsony's challenge against the local body politic. 30. Such analytical sharpness is often beyond the reach of traditional historical approaches. Self-constitution, isopolity. In The Psychology of Apartheid, Peter Lambley noted a peculiar Afrikaner capacity for self-rication. 31. This, however, was not a unique case, and the ability to will a collective identity and its institutions into existence characterizes in one way or another all settler projects. Jacqueline Rose presents a similar argument in The Question of Zion. 32. Outlining the rationale for the original Puritan Massachusetts experiment of the early 1630s, John Winthrop's model of Christian charity, for example, insists on an inherent settler sovereignty and on a self-constituting lawmaking capacity. Thus stands the case between God and us. We are entered into covenant with him for this work. We have taken out a commission. The Lord hath given us leave to draw our own articles. 33. While settler communities routinely express the notion of an inherent self-governing capacity, this ability 62. Is generally perceived as emanating from within the community of settlers. 34. At the same time, this capacity is recurrently understood in ongoing tension with external colonizing agencies. Settler discourse recurrently resents distant sovereigns, when they interfere because they do, when they do not because they neglect their duties. Alexis de Tocqueville knew that the self-governing nature of the communities he was describing was probably the most important feature of his subject and begun his examination by focusing on the local institutions of American political culture. 35. Indeed, as well as emanating from a particular location and a specific lifestyle, a settler's sovereign capacity is therefore also seen as deriving from an appropriate dimension of the body politic. The anti-federalists, for example, believed that only small communities organized as self-governing polities would uphold a genuine form of popular sovereignty. On this point, the Federalists concurred. In Unruly Americans and the Origins of the Constitutions, Woody Holton outlined an anti-democratic passage and concluded that the establishment of huge electoral districts was an all-important safeguard against popular inniance, even if the one that was least visible in the Constitution. 36. The history of colonial settlement in backcountry North America is characterized by a pattern of self-constituting local jurisdictions contesting the established claims of seaboard centers of power. This insurgency can only be understood if the perception of an inherent sovereign capacity is taken into account. 37. When future President Theodore Roosevelt noted in his Winning of the West that the mountaineers ignored the doctrine of state sovereignty, what he really meant was that they actively disregarded it in exchange for another. 38. In 1772, the Watauga Association constituted the RST independent settler body politic beyond the Appalachian Mountains, when, in the words of early 20th century historian George Henry. 63. Alden, a government was formed by absolutely no authority than that of the people directly concerned. 39. In typically settler colonial fashion, the association drew up a written covenant undertaken by a number of individuals pledging mutual support. The Watauga Compact outlined the means by which local settlers could regulate political life, organize their community, and maintain local control. 40. This polity settled judicial disputes, organized the militia, and negotiated with Indians, establishing a comprehensive system of settler governance. Crucially, it asserted settler autonomy against exogenous others and enforced settler control over indigenous policy, both essential prerequisite markers of substantive settler sovereignty. Similarly, and not far away, the Cumberland Pact established another self-constituted settler polity. It enfranchised all freemen over 20 years of age, stipulated that elections could be called at any time, and that all men had to serve in the self-constituted militia. As North Carolina was deemed unable to defend the local community, establishing a militia, the exercise of a self-defensive capacity, crucially underpinned the settler self-constitution. The state of Franklin eventually declared independence in what can be seen as a settler manifesto. We unanimously agree that our lives, liberties, and property can be more secure and our happiness much better propagated by our separation, and consequently that it is our duty and inalienable right to form ourselves into a new and independent state. 41. Separation here is key. On the one hand, it is at the origin of the settler project, the moment when a collective body moves out in order to bring into effect an autonomous political will. On the other hand, it is also its outcome, the moment when a sovereign polity begins implementing actual jurisdiction. Settlers in backcountry North America recurrently articulated this logic. A petition noted that Virginia and Pennsylvania were separated by a vast, extensive, and almost impassable tract of mountains, by nature itself formed and pointed out as a boundary between this 64 country and those below it. 42. Another source also emphasizes a blue water turned green mountains rationale for settler independence. When we consider our remote situation, we cannot but reek that such a distance renders our interest incompatible, for when any part of a state lies so remote from its capital that their produce cannot reach the market, the connection ceases, and from thence proceeds a different interest and consequently a coolness. 43. In a self-fooling way, and in accordance with a self-evident circular logic, separation is thus the product of separation. 44. But this is not an exclusively American phenomenon. Similar words would be reproduced, for example, in Pete Retief's 1837 Afrikaner Manifesto. We despair of saving the colony from those evils which threaten it by the turbulent and dishonest conduct of vagrants, who are allowed to infest the country in every part, nor do we see any prospect of peace and happiness for our children in a country thus distracted by internal commotions. We solemnly declare that we quit this colony with a desire to lead a more quiet life than we have heretofore done. We make known that when we shall have framed a code of laws for our future guidance, Copies shall be forwarded to the colony for the general information. 45. The dialectical opposition between turbulence, vagrancy, and commotion on the one hand, and a cluster of images comprising happiness, appropriate familial relations, and peace on the other, an opposition crucially centered around the inside/outside dichotomy, produce a determination to remove. It is only on the outside that regenerated life becomes possible. The manifesto outlines in fact a settler political entity that understands itself as endowed with an inherent lawmaking capacity emanating from the very possibility of moving collectively across space, and a polity that, by declaring its intention to merely notify the colonial sovereign of its self-constitution and substantive jurisdiction, explicitly denies any subordination to it. 46. In this way a settler project constitutes a political body that wills itself into existence by imagining its movement to an unspecified location. 65. The very Jeffersonian itinerary from unsettled domain to various degrees of territorial status and eventual statehood within the United States, as outlined by the Northwestern Ordinance of 1787 and its 1784 predecessor, is premised on a perception of a settler's sovereign capacity. In a letter to Madison, Jefferson argued that Virginia should immediately relinquish its claims to the recently settled Kentucky region in order to avoid what he perceived as the very concrete possibility that local settlers would establish an independent polity outside of the American Republic. 47 Settlers may, he considered, separate themselves and be joined by all our settlements beyond the Allegheny, if they are the RST movers, whereas if we draw the line, those at Kentucky having their end will not interest themselves for the people of Indiana, Greenbrier, etc., who will, of course, be left to our management. Should we not be the RST movers, and the Indianans and Kentuckians take themselves off and claim to the Allegheny, I am afraid Congress would secretly wish them well. 48. The recognition of a settler autonomous capacity and a consequent need to accommodate it is a passage that would be repeated numerous times in consolidating settler contexts elsewhere, a stance that would similarly shape developments way beyond the limits of the future United States. 49 However, if Jefferson's plan for the West was indeed a preemptive move designed to defuse the issue of settler independence, his articulation explicitly recognized that the settlers carried a foundational sovereign entitlement, and that settlement is born in settler independence. Elsewhere and afterwards, it often went without saying. 50 Jefferson and Edward Gibbon Wakefield, the Wakefield who had been behind the Durham Report, thus share a similar assessment of settler capabilities. 51 Then again, episodes of utter settler self-reification are actually extreme cases, settler collectives. 66. Rarely need an outright assertion of their ultimate sovereign independence. Historian Peter Onyev, for example, concluded that Vermont alone had truly created itself, which in fact means that only Vermont needed to truly create itself. 52 As settler colonial political traditions focus on the self-governance of the local community, and as imperial and national structures rarely affect settler control over local matters, colonial and settler colonial sovereignties can routinely accommodate each other. Corporate self-constituted structures can accommodate a variety of sovereign claims. If a settler's sovereignty can be understood as distinct and operating in conjunction with other colonial, national, and imperial sovereignties, traditional interpretations of expanding colonial sovereign orders may need modification. 53 Patricia Seed's Ceremonies of Possession is a perceptive analysis of the rituals of colonial possession the different European empires developed and performed in order to assert their respective prerogatives in the New World. 54 However, besides the colonial rights of possession and the colonial/imperial sovereignties they represent in distinctive national and cultural styles, a settler colonial sovereignty can also be asserted through the performance of specific rituals and ceremonies. In their inherent dissimilarity, and even if they routinely overlap, colonial and settler colonial possessions require different performances. The latter are manifested, for example, by the production of surveying plats and other deeds conveying real estate, and especially by plowing, by the collective performance of familial rites sanctioned by a locally constituted church and congregation, and by a capacity to transform the landscape. The localized enactment of judicial practices also constitutes a crucial right of settler possession. Damon Ward has, for example, recently drawn attention to a number of forums that articulated settler autonomous political discourse and claims in early New Zealand, the public meeting, an institution that was extensively and effectively 67. Used to lobby the government, constitutionalist language, which in the context of colonial political life could be used to advocate settler local control over indigenous peoples and to contest governmental involvement, and juries, whose political significance was crucial in the development and enforcement of localized settler power against governmental exogenous interference. 55. Most importantly, however, substantive settler possession is manifested by the exercise of autonomous control over indigenous and exogenous others, keeping both at bay, or selectively distributing the right to reside within the bounds of the settler polity. However, even if the ceremonies of possession performed by colonialism and settler colonialism can be conceptualized as discrete, colonial and settler colonial sovereignties are not mutually exclusive, or the result of a zero-sum game. On the contrary, colonial and settler colonial sovereignties can be conceptualized as distinct and concomitant. If they can be concurrent, however, if sovereignty in a settler colonial context can be seen as an act of co-creation, the articulation of these distinct sovereign forms needs to be explored. 56. There are several possibilities beside the Jeffersonian/Wakefieldian compact whereby settler sovereignties operate within a specific system of national and imperial control. Settler colonial political projects, for example, can operate parallel to someone else's sovereign claim, and, as settlers programmatically seek areas lacking substantive jurisdiction, this can frequently happen. Historian of American conceptions of freedom Eric Foner, for example, has noticed how settlers in North America routinely disregarded the boundaries of the different imperial colonial sovereignties. In this context, American freedom included the right to settle anywhere they thought national boundaries made little difference to expansion. In Florida, Louisiana, Texas, and other areas, American settlers rushed in to claim land under the jurisdiction of Spain, France, Mexico, and Indian tribes, content that American sovereignty would soon follow in their wake. 57. And yet, as well as the powerful and self-fooling expectation that the national sovereignty of the United States would territorially 68. Catch up with their movement, it is likely that it was a specific understanding of their inherent sovereignty that allowed settlers to accommodate their claims within the internationally recognized limits of Spanish, French, Mexican, or Indian nominal jurisdictions. Settlers knew that their self-governing capacity was indeed compatible with the imperial, national, or indigenous sovereignties in which they were operating. The fact that future U.S. President Andrew Jackson even at one point swore allegiance to the King of Spain should not necessarily be seen as opportunism, rather, it could be seen as an expression of a settler's sovereignty that could subsist beside Spain's imperial and internationally recognized sovereign claim. 58. In any case, again, this was a global phenomenon that went beyond North America, and settlers preceded the establishment of colonial sovereignties elsewhere as well. In New Zealand, where the New Zealand Company constituted a settler government before the formal extension of British nominal authority in Fiji, Hawaii, and elsewhere. Settlers can also subvert recognized sovereign orders, as they eventually did in Texas, or establish entirely new ones. Alternatively, settlers can accommodate their claim beneath an already consolidated or consolidating alien sovereign domain, as in the case of the many communities of Europeans establishing colonies in various Latin American countries. 59. The Welsh settler colony of Chubut, Patagonia, was established in 1865, well before the Argentinian occupation of the region in the 1870s. The local community was able to protect its language and customs, and it was only in the 1910s that the Argentinian government was now able to exercise its effective sovereignty in the region by imposing its legislative authority and by forcing Indian and Welsh children to attend federal schools. 60. The reverse is also possible, and at times it is the community of settlers that is invited to avoid, or to redress what it is perceived as a racial, colonizing, and civilizational deceit, as in the case, for example, of Paraguay's dealings with German and Australian experiments in regenerative colony building in the 1880s and 1890s. 61. This invitation is only possible in a context where different sovereign claims are understood as compatible, indeed functional, to the colonizing or national project. Communities of Germans and other. 69. Northern Europeans migrating collectively were able to settle almost everywhere in the settler and would-be settler world, in Australia and the Americas. Ukrainians were welcome to resettle in Canada, and Zionist settlement, of course, was facilitated in the context of the post-Balfour Declaration surrogate colonization of Palestine. 62. Finally, settler projects can also operate as a function of enabling colonial regimes, as in the cases of the Japanese settlers in Korea and Formosa, the French Pied Noir in Algeria, the Italian settlers in Libya, the Portuguese in Mozambique and Angola, and the Israeli settlers in post-1967 West Bank and Gaza. The settler and the national or imperial sovereignties can then articulate their respective operations in a multiplicity of ways within a spectrum of relationships characterized by unfettered settler control at one extreme and the comprehensive subordination of the settler collective at the other. There can be a situation where settler and state sovereignties coincide, where a settler legislature exercises unfettered control. Alternatively, an isopolitical relationship can be instituted, uniting colonizing metropole and settler periphery, where separation is accompanied by the selective allocation of rights to settlers transferring from the metropole. There can also be settler subsumption within national and imperial structures, a situation where the border between migrant and settler becomes blurred, and sympolitical connection between colonizing metropole and periphery, a situation where it is the distinction between colonial and settler colonial forms that becomes indistinct. While in the latter instance, the settler endeavor is weakened by dependence on a metropolitan determination to underwrite its survival, utter failure to operate within an imperial or national sovereignty can also have disastrous consequences for the settler endeavor, as devastating as the already mentioned failure to transfer any sovereign capacity. It can expose the settler community to alternative claims, deprive it of protection against indigenous and exogenous activities, and starve it of the capacity to attract capital and new settlers. As both operating within a constraining colonial framework and 70. Entirely outside of it can be fatal. It is isopolitical arrangements that are best suited to serve the settler colonial endeavor. Settler colonial political traditions thus prefer to think in isopolitical ways and routinely imagine a single political community across separate jurisdictions. Jefferson, for example, coherently endeavored to protect the rights of the little republics he envisaged being founded in the newly settled and would-be settled areas. These rights would indeed amount to the establishment of isopolitical relations, a prospect that the Federalists were unwilling to entertain. 63. In another context, James Bullock has perceptively described an isopolitical relationship by underscoring what he has deemed as recolonization on the one hand, and the Anglo-settler perception of co-owning the metropolitan cores and their imperial possessions on the other. 64. The Dominion's role, he noted, was quite distinct from that of the subject colonies. They were more similar to Kent than to Kenya. The concepts British Empire and British Commonwealth conceal a virtual nation, an ephemeral second United States, Britain plus dominions, whose dominion citizens considered themselves co-owners of London, the Empire, and Britishness in general. 65. Similarly, Marilyn Lake's work on the 1908 Australian visit of the U.S. Pacific identified an isopolitical moment, when imagining a new kind of fraternal community of white men becomes possible as an alternative against the prospect of a multiracial and colonial British Empire. 66. This was a transnational isopolitical moment, but, as Carl Berger has suggested for Canada, developing settler isopolitical nationalisms and imperial commitment continuously codeine each other in reciprocal tension for a very long time. 67. Albert Venn Dicey, founding academic at the London School of Economics, even explicitly called in 1897 for the establishment of an isopolity of the Anglo-Saxons, an entity that would unite Britain and its settler. 71. Dominions with the United States. Quite significantly, he did not perceive his proposal as entailing major change. Indeed, he argued, isopolitical relations should be merely formalist in order to mirror already existing ones. Of course, as he was thinking about an imagined community of white settler men, he took care to exclude indigenous peoples from the bounds of the proposed isopolity. 68. The prospect of isopolitical arrangements between Britain and the British Neo-Europes, however, had been for decades a crucial part of the imperial debate. John Robert Seeley, among others, also an advocate of an isopolitical union, had been acutely aware of United States-based settler expertise in establishing and managing isopolitical relations. In his opinion, the British Empire should do what the United States does so easily, that is, hold together in a federal union countries very remote from each other. 69 decades later, Australian Prime Minister Robert Menzies's 1950s notion of a Britishness stretching from Cape York to Invercargill was also an expression of an isopolitical separation that is, paradoxically, underpinned by identity. 70. Indeed, rather than being an anachronism, isopolitical sensitivities would be constantly reconjured in different settings and survive even the emergence and consolidation of a globalist international system of sovereign states after the Second World War. An historical literature interested in the formation and consolidation of state, imperial, or national institutions has ignored settler colonialism's preference for isopolitical ties. Settler discourse resents sympolitical relations, the dominating, disabling interference of metropoles impinging on settler self-governing capacities. At the 1911 British Imperial Conference, where the settler colonies were determined to maintain their control even if they might support a uniform definition of Britishness, South African Minister of Education F.S. Mallon concluded that under a uniform naturalization policy, an individual might be able to circumvent local law by appealing to the imperial standard. In this case, the principle of responsible government would be overturned. The settler control of the population economy was ultimately incompatible with British imperial citizenship, and the latter was never realized. 71. Of course settler colonial forms can emerge victorious but 72. Can also lose. The history of American independence, when settler and national sovereignties became coterminous, is also the history of a metropolitan attempt to de-establish isopolitical relations and replace them with sympolitical ones that backward. Conversely, the history of Algerian independence, when it was the anti-colonial and national sovereignties that became coterminous, is also the history of a settler attempt to establish isopolitical relations that backward. After all, the Pied Noir leadership staged coups in Algiers, not Paris. Recovering and exploring settler colonialism's isopolitical propensity can help a better framing of settler colonial sovereign forms. Firstly, accounting for an isopolitical imagination can help an understanding of how settler colonial forms are transferred from one context to another. If it is one isopolitical entity operating across a number of jurisdictions, institutions, policies, expectations, political languages, and patterns of reference can be seamlessly transmitted. Secondly, investigating an isopolitical imagination highlights a situation in which the settler archive of the European imagination is shared in multiple directions, from metropole to settler periphery, from settler periphery to metropole, and from settler frontier to settler frontier. 72. The sovereignty claimed by settler collectives does not focus on the state and insists on the lawmaking corporate capacity of the local community, on its self-constituting ability, on its competence to control the local population economy, and on a subordination to the colonizing metropole that is premised on a conditional type of loyalty. 73. Lauren Benton has recently emphasized that imperial sovereignty was not initially concerned with territory. As subjects could be located anywhere, and the tie between sovereign and subject was deemed as a legal relationship, legal authority was not bound territorially, she concludes. 74. Yet, by linking it to territory in unprecedented and territorializing ways, the settlers developed alternative forms of sovereignty. 75 Indeed, Ken Macmillan has convincingly argued that the very development of imperial notions of sovereignty and the legal apparatuses supporting them was a response to the challenges brought forward by the need to manage the communities of European settlers inhabiting imperial peripheries. 76 The ultimate consolidation of imperial sovereignty can thus be interpreted as a response to a multiplicity of assertions of 73. Settler sovereignty, not vice versa. The two forms should be seen as opposed and yet tied in a dialectical relationship. Imperial sovereignties could be challenged or accommodated, but settlers knew they were asserting their own as they moved across space. Enduring political claims have characterized the long-term development of settler polities, and their recurrence demonstrates the connectedness of a global phenomenon. While colonial and settler colonial sovereign forms interact and operate in tension and/or in collaboration with each other, a resilient settler sovereign capacity makes them inherently distinct. The expansion of settler colonial sovereignties cannot be collapsed within the expansion of colonial and imperial sovereignty. There is a growing scholarship dedicated to the development of corporate sovereign forms in colonial settings. Philip J. Stern's work on the British East India Company refers to a historiography that has traditionally recognized the company's quasi-sovereign character. The company, we are told even by its best historians, was a state within a state, with semi-sovereign status or a delegated sovereignty, a sort of department of state with quasi-governmental powers, and a edgeling version of its metropolitan sire. 77. While Stern pushes this argument forward, insisting that the East India Company should be seen as a body politic on its own terms, and as an independent form of polity and political community, Stern also links this particular sovereignty to early modern understandings of sovereignty, when national territorial states did not have a monopoly on political power, and where sovereignty was composite, incomplete, hybrid, layered, and overlapping. 78 In the same article, Stern quotes Joyce Lee Malcolm's conclusion that 17th-century Englishmen were thoroughly confused about sovereignty, knew they were, but found the ambiguity tolerable. 79 The particular corporate sovereign detailed by Stern in the case of the East India Company could assist in analysis of settler colonial sovereign forms as well. Inheriting and perpetuating a long history of autonomous corporate endeavor, settlers are generally ambivalent about sovereignty, know they are, and ND this ambiguity advantageous. 74. Theorizing a settler colonial corporate understanding of sovereignty is especially important because the sensitivity contributed significantly to shaping the institutions of the settler states. 80 This was the case where settlers were able to retain substantive control over their domain, but also where settlers had to convey their activity within the bounds of consolidating imperial and national institutions. In a convincing analysis of the origins of the United States Constitution, for example, Woody Holton has argued that those who opposed the document establishing the federal institutions of the United States, and those who actually led the unsuccessful rebellions, influenced significantly and in a multiplicity of ways its shape, timing, and content. 81 The United States federal establishment that would successfully contest settler control over local, territorial and state institutions is shown as emerging from a struggle where what has been here deemed as a settler colonial understanding of a sovereign capacity was able to infiltrate it. The Jeffersonian and Jacksonian settler colonial moments of the following decades would not be explicable without reference to a capacity to impress a specific reading of colonization and associated processes. And yet, a settler sovereignty is localized and transcolonial at once, as the establishment of an array of white settler polities in a number of sites of colonial expansion during the 19th and 20th centuries demonstrates. The settler revolution remains a global phenomenon, and settlers were able to recurrently impose their sovereignty well beyond the limits of the consolidating United States. 82. 3. Consciousness. In this chapter, I focus on the way settler perceive their predicament and on a number of paranoiac dispositions characterizing the settler colonial situation. This chapter also explores the possibility of a Lacanian interpretation of settler colonial phenomena. First, there is an imaginary spectacle, an ordered community working hard and living peacefully, little house in the prairie style. Then, there is the symbolic and ideological backdrop, a moral and regenerative world that supposedly epitomizes settler traditions. Finally, there is the real, expanding capitalist orders associated with the need to resettle a growing number of people. Focusing in particular on Australia as an exemplary settler colonial setting, but referring to other locales as well, this chapter also suggests that settler society is in itself a fantasy emanating from a painful perception of growing contradictions and social strife, where the prospect of settler migration literally operates as a displacement of tension, and where the longing for a classless, stationary, and settled body politic can end the expression. Settler projects are inevitably premised on the traumatic, that is, violent, replacement and/or displacement of indigenous others. However, for reasons that will be outlined below, settler colonialism also needs to disavow any foundational violence. The outbreak, intensity, and duration of a number of comparable history wars in the historiographies and public discourse of settler societies can thus be interpreted as one result of the resilience of particular foundational traumas and their disavowal. Beside disavowal as a defensive mechanism and the ways in which 75. 76. It enhances relations with indigenous others, this chapter also focuses on two more psychoanalytical processes characterizing the settler colonial situation, primal scene and screen memory. 1-2 factors may make this approach to the study of settler colonial phenomena especially rewarding. On the one hand, settlement is typically imagined before it is practiced. On the other hand, as fantasies of settler regenerated life precede the practical act of settling on the land, the sometimes painful conflict between fantasy and reality is bound to produce a number of defensive formations. For these reasons, the settler archive of the European imagination has a tendency to operate by way of disavowal and repression. 2. As the repressive character of sources makes a focus on what is concealed more interesting than an analysis of what is explicitly articulated, an historical analysis of settler colonial forms and identity requires a specific attention to practice as a clue to consciousness. Jacqueline Rose concluded in States of Fantasy that there is no way of understanding political identities and destinies without letting fantasy into the frame. 3. An appraisal of the imagination and psychology of settler colonialism is therefore needed. Disavowal, non-encounter. There is an established interpretative tradition relating to colonial phenomena and their psychoanalytic dimension. In his theoretical outline of colonial phenomena, Jürgen Osterhammel, for example, refers a number of foundational texts in order to deem colonialism as an environment where the colonizers as well as the colonists suffer personality deformations, and where there is a need to see statements by colonizers as expressions of social pathology as well as ideology. For this interpretative tradition, however, does not focus specifically on the psychoanalysis of settler colonialism and generally subsumes settler colonial forms within colonial phenomena at large. 5. On the contrary, settler collectives are traumatized societies par excellence, where indigenous genocide and/or displacement interact with consciousness. 77. Other traumatic experiences. Of course, perpetrator trauma should also be included in this context, leading to stubborn and lingering anxieties over settler legitimacy and belonging. Even when trauma is effectively repressed, and in Australia, for example, it was effectively repressed for a long time, trauma remains in a latent state and can emerge in varied forms. 6. In addition to an inevitable original founding violence, one should also emphasize that settler collectives are also escaping from violence. In this context, a secure future in a new land is recurrently and dialectically opposed to an uncertain prospect in an old one, and a determination to produce a settled political body is routinely expressed in formulations of settler colonial political traditions. That is, a settler society is commonly articulated as a circumstance primarily characterized by the absolute or relative lack of violence. It is a fantasy of communities devoid of disturbances or dislocations, and a situation where the transplanted settler collective would get back a jouissance that was historically taken away. as settler society can thus be seen as a fantasy where a perception of a constant struggle is juxtaposed against an ideal of peace that can never be reached. Settler projects embrace and reject violence at the same time. 7. The settler colonial situation is thus a circumstance where the tension between contradictory impulses produces long-lasting psychic conics and a number of associated psychopathologies. 8. Political theory has often assumed that all political orders are based on an initial law establishing violent inception. 9. However, settler colonial regimes occupy a peculiar position in this context because their violent foundation must be disavowed, a recurring narcissistic drive demanding that a settler society be represented as an ideal political body makes this inescapable. 10. In the case of settler colonial contexts, and in contradiction with other political entities, a Freudian type of ego ideal formation is also at play, where the narcissistic idealization of the ego and identification with the parents come together in representations of the settler entity as both an ideal society and as truer and uncorrupted version of the original social body. As a result, a stress on identification with the mother country produces neo-English mimicry through anaclitic types of object choice, and identification with universal republicanism would produce an alternative. 78. Type of ego ideal formation. The two processes, however, overlap, and American patriots fought for their Saxon rights of freeborn Englishmen, while 19th-century Australian nationalists asserted their difference in the face of metropolitan condescension and associated self-loathing. Recurring narratives emphasizing an immaculate origin notwithstanding, the concept of a founding violence is especially cogent with regard to the foundation of settler political orders, where the founding collective is primarily characterized by military and reproductive capability, and where the initial nucleus of a settler society is an expression of a sovereignty that is above all marked by a violent self-defensive capacity. 11. The circle of wagons/the Trekboerslager are thus settler heterotopias located in an Indianite site on the frontier and a transitory bulwark for the exercise of a polity reduced to its bare minimum. 12. Consequently, even when settler colonial narratives celebrate anti-indigenous violence, they do so by representing a defensive battle ensuring the continued survival of the settler community and never as founding violence per se. Instances of celebratory myths of settler survival include Orangist celebrations of the Battle of the Boyne, Afrikaner renditions of the Battle of Red River, and Israeli narratives of the War of 1948. 13. At the same time, settler political traditions often emphasize characteristics that are deeply entrenched in Western political cultures. Expressing a widespread notion, for example, Condorcet identified the family settled upon the soil as the basic building unit of the state, and Comte insisted that the prime human revolution passage from nomadic life to sedentary state. 14. In another context, anthropologist Ana Maria Alonso perceptively outlined a sedentarist metaphysics resulting in a vision of territorial displacement as pathological, as a loss of moral bearings that makes the uprooted the antithesis of honest citizens. 15. If this is relevant for much of Western civilization, where wandering Jews and nomadic gypsies, for example, are classically pathologized in various ways, it is more emphatically so as regards settler body politics, where the need to emphasize settlercity encourages the perception consciousness. 79. Of indigenous and exogenous others as unsettled, and where projections of a nomadic state are used as a strategy to draw different circles of inclusion and exclusion and to deny entitlements in a settler polity. As a result, derogatory images implying an enhanced degree of mobility are consistently and recurrently projected onto indigenous people and their lifestyles. In turn, this dynamic allows a typically settler colonial inversion, where indigenous people are nomadied and settlers can perform their indigenization and express their nativism. Accordingly, for example, victorious Afrikaners declared a Zulu leader the ruling prince of the emigrant Zulus and deemed Zulus as newcomers, and the Israeli Supreme Court insisted that displaced Palestinians during and immediately after the 1948 Arab-Israeli War be deemed as wanderers, men who wander freely and without permit within the defense lines of the state and within the offensive lines of the enemy. 16. A remarkable instance of systematically disavowed violence in a settler colonial context is represented by Tocqueville's Democracy in America. 17. Scholarly reaction on democracy in America has focused on America and democracy. Tocqueville's text, however, especially in the light of his later attempts to promote a settler colonial project in Algeria, can also be seen as a general exploration of settler colonial political formations. As his account focuses on the encounter between a settler community and the exceptional geography it settles, Tocqueville narrates the unique combination between a land that is unframed by social relations and a settler collective. Tocqueville thus describes a people without history in a place without history, a recurring trope in many settler colonial formations. However, images of settler democratic citizenship and polity are only made possible by a comprehensive disavowal of the presence and sovereignty of indigenous groups, and his notes on the violence 80. Against indigenous people, along with observations on slavery, are cast to the margin of Democracy in America in an appendix. The ongoing currency of this narrative should not be underestimated, as it shaped Turnerian notions of frontier democracy, for example, and, by way of analogy and identification, the development of the other settler entities as well. Istanis Temis' outline of Tocqueville's account, for example, notices that the transition from the state of nature to the social state is incomparably smoother in Tocqueville's exceptional case, and that the state of law does not rule out the natural state, but emerges alongside it. For the law does not arise as a collective response to a conflict which it takes upon itself to dissipate, rather it emerges spontaneously, so to say, as supplement to a conflict-free natural state. 18. Only a sustained disavowal of any founding violence allows a seamless process of settler territorialization. True, at times, settler political traditions cannot possibly lay claim to a quiet land, and a celebration of frontier violence becomes a feature of national mythologies. In these instances, however, a quiet and peaceful idyll and disavowal re-emerge after the closing of the troubled frontier, the cessation of hostility, and after the establishment of a purportedly settled/settler order. Since Tocqueville deems ownership of land as the condition for settler democracy, and its allocation as the basis for the egalitarian community, settler citizenship is seen as conditioned on property of, and residency on, the land. The settler citizen is therefore territorialized in unprecedented ways. The relationship between territorialization and ego formation has already been authoritatively explored, and Freud even referred to foreign internal territory in order to describe the relation between the repressed and the ego. 19. However, more than other political regimes. Consciousness 81. A settler colonial project is predominantly about territory. At the same time, the territorialization of the settler community is ultimately premised on a parallel and necessary deterritorialization of indigenous outsiders. 20. There is no way to avoid a traumatic outcome. Disavowal of all founding violence, however, cannot allay anxiety. Recurrent representations of quiet country and peaceful settlement notwithstanding, settlers fear revenge. Jonathan Bardon's reconstruction of Ulster life after the early 17th century plantation of communities of British settlers exemplifies a number of inherent settler fears and their neurotic transformation. On the lonely settlements by the Sperrins or Glenveigh, the baying of a wolf at the moon must have sent a chill down the spine of many a colonist who had never heard the sound before. The fear of woodkern lurking in the thickets was better founded. The greatest threat, however, was the smouldering resentment of the native Irish who worked and farmed with the settlers. 21. Bardon quotes a 1628 warning that it is feared that they will rise upon a sudden and cut the throats of the poor dispersed British, but similar anxieties about indiscriminate indigenous violence are relevant to most settler colonial circumstances. Indeed, ongoing concerns with existential threats and a paranoid fear of ultimate decolonization can be seen as a constituent feature of the settler colonial situation. 22-23 More generally, however, as well as denying any founding violence, disavowal is also directed at disallowing the very existence and 82. Persistence of indigenous presence and claims. Sources frequently refer to indigenous people as shadows, and the recurring construction of various mythologies portraying dying races and vanishing Indians should be referred to as specific settler need to ultimately disavow the indigenous presence. 24. Summarizing a remarkably widespread notion, author of National Life and Character, a forecast Charles Pearson called indigenous peoples an evanescent race. 25. While, as already noted, a settler gaze is characterized by a tendency to depopulate the country of indigenous peoples in representations and especially in recollections, settler projects are recurrently born in a perception of emptiness. 26. It borders on wishful thinking, and it is a mode of perception that informs the whole history of settler colonial endeavors. From his ship, Captain Cook had assumed that Australia would be mainly uninhabited, but even more informed 20th century representations of locales earmarked for settlement activity also share a distorted perception. The 1930s travel literature depicting fascist Italy's African empire, for example, insisted on an extraordinarily empty landscape. 27. Israeli poet and journalist Haim Gouri's 1967 perception of the newly conquered West Bank similarly epitomizes the incapacity to register an indigenous presence. It seemed to me I'd died and was waking up, resurrected. All that I loved was cast at my feet, stunningly ownerless, landscapes revealed as in a dream. The old land of Israel, the homeland of my youth, the other half of my cleft country. And their land, the land of the unseen ones, hiding behind their walls. 28. Indeed, claims that areas to be annexed and opened up for colonization are vacant are a constituent part of a settler colonial ideology. For example, an 1834 motion advocating the annexation of Natal argued that the country had been visited by the tyrant Chaka, who, like a typhoon, had swept away the inhabitants, leaving it entirely depopulated and in a state of nature. 29. The perception of a state of nature and the appraisal of a vacuous/defective indigenous consciousness. 83. Authority are recurring components in the articulation of a settler project. The Ulster Plantation was initiated after the Irish leadership had left for the continent in 1607, and, as mentioned, the New England Puritans saw the Indian killing plague in terms of a wonderful preparation. 30 instances relating to this pattern of reference, however, are persistent throughout the history of settler colonial forms, and include Israel Zangwill's well-known slogan identifying a land without people for a people without a land, as good a definition as any of settler colonialism's ability to disavow. Accordingly, the land must be represented as a blank slate, or, in the words of Karen Kupperman, a stage tableau, with the arrival of the Europeans as the rising of the curtain and the beginning of the action. 31. Explorer-surveyor Thomas Mitchell travelled through what would become Victoria, Australia, in 1838. 32. He was quite pleased. Every day we passed over land which for natural fertility and beauty could scarcely be surpassed, over streams of unfailing abundance and plains covered with the richest pasturage. Stately trees and majestic mountains adorned the ever-varying scenery of this region, the most southern of all Australia and the best. 33. It was an empty landscape, and the indigenous inhabitants remained a presence only detected by reference to camp smoke, or to the camp litter that was left behind. As a result, the potential for colonization was quite obvious. This territory, still for the most part in a state of nature, presents a fair blank sheet for any geographical arrangement, whether of county divisions, lines of communication, or sites of towns. 34. His perception epitomizes what we can understand as settler gaze. On the one hand, Mitchell's vision could dismiss the Aboriginal presence; on the other hand, he could see a whole settler body politic to come, inclusive of its constituent institutions, the towns, the administrative units they would represent, and their interaction. Accordingly, as a settler polity to come was projected onto the visual. 84. Really existing indigenous presences were being discursively dislodged. Ultimately, the disavowal of both of founding violence and of indigenous presences systematically informs settler perception. 35. Accordingly, The only encounter that is registered is between man and land. 36. However, while an encounter that is premised on a foundational disavowal can be better described as a non-encounter, there is another factor that enables a comprehensive disavowal. RST encounters between indigenous peoples and settlers, founders of political orders who have come to stay, are actually quite rare. Indigenous peoples RST meet with traders, explorers, captives, missionaries, castaways, and other agents of colonial expansion, even anthropologists, rarely with settlers. Indeed, as already noted, settler colonial orders often replace previous colonial regimes, denouncing previously established and mutually constructed plural middle ground traditions. 37. Representing encounters between different societies was a crucial step in the process of Nally discarding the idiom of European discovery and conquest, and associated narratives involving the march of civilization against savagery and wilderness. While the literature on colonial encounters is large and sophisticated, with attention now placed on agency and constructed meaning, exploring the settler-colonial encounter and dealing with both disavowal and infrequency, has been especially complex. 38. As non-historical approaches sometimes display an analytical sharpness that is seldom within the reach of traditional historical narratives, ational reconstruction can perhaps better frame an encounter that is more imagined than practiced. Ray Bradbury's classic science fiction interpretation of settler colonialism insightfully captures how, in a settler philosophical perspective, the indigenous other ultimately does not exist. It is either a being that, literally, cannot be touched, or a life form whose identity and appearance invariably assumes the shape that the colonizer is willing to project. 39. It is thus an encounter characterized by either a lack of perception, or an awareness that is systematically distorted by wishful thinking. A passage from the Martian Chronicles reconstructs the impossible dialogue between an indigenous Martian and a settler. They chance on each other accidentally. Consciousness 85. I can see through you, said Tamash. And I through you, said the Martian, stepping back. Tamash felt his own body and, feeling the warmth, was reassured. I am real, he thought. The Martian touched his own nose and lips. I have Esh, he said, half aloud. I am alive. Tamash stared at the stranger. And if I am real, then you must be dead. No, you. A ghost, a phantom. 40. Indigenous person and settler occupy the same locale but have never met. The place, their places, are charged with irreconcilable meanings. Later, the Martian Chronicles reconstructs the meeting between another indigenous Martian and an elderly settler. Who is this, he thought, in need of love as much as we? Who is he and what is he, that, out of loneliness, he comes into the alien camp and assumes the voice and face of memory and stands among us, accepted and happy at last? From what mountain, what cave, what small last race of people remaining on this world when the rockets came from Earth? The old man shook his head. There was no way to know. This, to all purposes, was Tom. 41. Afterwards in the same chapter, settler man and indigenous Martian exchange a dialogue that emphasizes the impossibility of a relationship going beyond an apparently compatible need to project images and, on the other hand, to mirror them. You are Tom, you were Tom, weren't you? You aren't joking with an old man, you are not really Lavinia Spaulding. 86. I'm not anyone, I'm just myself, wherever I am something, and now I am something you can't help. 42. An unbending logic of exclusion becomes operative in Bradbury's account. For settlers, indigenous people are ghosts, even luminous spheres, they are spirits without a body. In settler renditions, indigenous people frequently appear elusive, insubstantial, apathetic, aimless, and impermanent. A relationship, even a negative one, is impossible, and everything indigenous can thus be reduced to reminiscence. For settlers, the Martian country is being born right at the moment of settlement, with villages built with California redwood and Oregon pine. Before settlement and terraformation, it was nothing, pure space, a setting devoid of meaning, and the stage tableau where the curtain had not yet risen. As the settler-colonial encounter can be better understood as a non-encounter, the specific circumstances of the settler-colonial situation contribute to making mutually constructed meaning problematic. When the settlers occupy the land, indigenous peoples are unwillingly transformed into neighbors and, therefore, into intruders. A neighbor, as Slavoj Zizek recently noted quoting Freud, is primarily a thing, a traumatic intruder, someone whose different way of life disturbs us. 43. A settler state of mind is relevant to understanding the stubborn and recurring perception that sees indigenous peoples entering the settler space when obviously and historically the opposite is the case. Franz Fanon, addressing a specific conflict emanating from an indigenous insurgency against settler domination, pointed out a lack of mutual constitution, and concluded that it is the settler who has brought the native into existence and who perpetuates his existence. 44. The settler-colonial non-encounter is a fundamentally asymmetrical dynamic, a systemic lack of reciprocity should be emphasized. Primal scene, screen memory. The disavowal of a foundational violence and indigenous presences leads to another Freudian notion, that of the primal scene. Consciousness 87. Temi's insightful unpacking of the primal scene as it applies to exogenous others entering the settler space is relevant to settler-colonial dispositions towards indigenous people as well. The primal scene is the moment of inception of the subject's memory, which coincides with the moment when the illusion of a perfect origin, as a state of plenitude without connects, is disturbed for the rest time by the acknowledgement of the other's presence. This painful acknowledgement of the other that undermines the sovereignty of the subject, however, often takes place alongside a disavowal, a split consciousness and denial of the other's presence on the blank slate of the self's memory. Thus simultaneously recognized and negated, the other becomes a fetish for the self, namely that which the self approaches as its limit, without ever acknowledging it as its corollary, a full-edged subject. The subject's condition for recognizing the other as fetish is to deny him/her agency or the capacity for change by pinning him/her down with a XED image. 45. Both indigenous and exogenous others are thus a fetish for the inherently ambivalent indigenizing/Europeanizing settler self. In the case of the settler non-encounter with the indigenous person, however, especially if we understand the pervasive and ubiquitous relevance of a settler libidinal investment on the notion of virgin land, the notion of primal scene acquires a non-metaphorical quality. The painful discovery of indigenous others can thus produce aggressiveness beyond disavowal. Moreover, as indigenous people ostensibly enjoy a prior and meaningful relationship with the land, their presence painfully upsets a settler libidinal economy focusing on unspoiled, untouched circumstances, and providential gifts. Francis Jennings famously concluded in The Invasion of America that the land was more like a widow than a virgin. 46. This constituted a paradigmatic breakthrough that narrowly acknowledged Indian history and land management practices. The fact is, however, that the land could more 88. Frequently be described as a married woman engaged in a fooling and ongoing relationship, and an 1897 report on the possibility of directing Jewish migration to Palestine, for example, honestly concluded that the bride is beautiful, but she is married to another man. 47. While aggressiveness and disavowal should be considered as closely related manifestations emanating from a Zashan with the fantasy of an exclusive relationship with the land, the sustained resilience of Tyrann in the face of manifest indigenous attachment to land should thus be associated with a number of repressive impulses. Locke's notion that in the beginning all the world was America also confirms an explicit link between primal scene and settler society. 48. While Locke's approach already expressed a long-lasting notion that settlers are natural men engaged in building a settled life in an ahistorical locale, recurring representations of settler original idols insist on an immaculate foundational setting devoid of disturbing indigenous others. Again, the foundational experience of the settler colonization of Ulster can constitute a point of reference. The Montgomery manuscripts reconstruct the Scottish settler colony of Donaghadee and depict a newly recuperated golden peaceable age. Now everybody minded their trades, and the plow, and the spade, building and setting fruit trees, and in orchards and gardens, and by ditching in their grounds. The old women spun, and the young girls plied their nimble engers at knitting, and every body was innocently busy. Now the golden peaceable age renewed, no strife, contention, querulous lawyers, or Scottish or Irish feuds, between clans and families, and surnames, disturbing the tranquillity of those times, and the towns and temples were erected, with other great works done. 49. It is significant that being innocently busy, an absence of strife or contention, and appropriate gendered productive order in another place are all crucial tropes in settler representations of colonizing. Consciousness 89. Endeavors. An anxious reaction to disconcerting and disorienting developments produces a drive to think about a passed world that can only be achieved via a voluntary displacement. Ultimately, the fact that these images coexist with ongoing apprehension may actually suggest the activation of a splitting of the ego-like process, where two antithetical psychical attitudes coexist side by side without communicating, one taking reality into consideration, the other disavowing it. 50. The humanitarian denunciation of violence in settler colonies, which functions as a dialectical counterpoint to disavowal, may conream the existence of a traumatic circumstance where a judgment of condemnation is deployed as a defensive mechanism. 51. A notable example of humanitarian denunciation of settler genocidal violence is Benjamin Franklin's condemnation of the Paxton Boys and their brutality. 52. Indeed, even if they constitute ostensibly divergent stances, disavowal and condemnation, amnesia and nostalgia, what Terry Eagleton has described as the terrible twins, the inability to remember and the incapacity to do anything else, are intimately connected and represent a spectrum of possible stances vis-a-vis settler colonialism's inherently violent drive. 53. The notion of the primal scene also allows a better understanding of the already mentioned peculiar inversion mechanism by which indigenous people are seen as entering the settler space, and disturbing an otherwise serene, unperturbed circumstance after the beginning of the colonization process, after settlement. 54. Since the trauma induced by the settler discovery of their presence follows the moment of inception of the settler memory, indigenous others are inexorably destined to be consumed as the peoples without history of Western intellectual traditions. S of settler colonization emphasizing notions of peaceful settlement, however, often resemble another Freudian form, screen memory, an inaccurate reconstruction that obscures what really happened. In an article reconstructing a 1906 anthropological expedition to German East Africa, Andrew Zimmerman has analyzed an instance of screen memory developing in a colonial setting. According to Zimmerman's outline of Freud's argument, screen memories emerge from compromises between an unconscious recognition of the importance of an experience and an equally unconscious desire not to recognize the experience at all. Freud illustrates how displacement and condensation play roles in screen memories, as they do in the dream work. He shows also how unimportant details from the remembered situation may stand in for the important, but still unconscious elements that motivated the memory in the RST place. 55. Not surprisingly, as screen memories display a focus on particulars of relatively little significance as a way to foreclose analysis of a traumatic past, they can be especially interesting for what they reveal in the act of concealment. Examples of screen memories in a settler colonial context include an obsession with marking the sites of initial exploration, and nostalgic and idealized reconstructions of settler pasts, an attitude epitomized by what historian Inga Clendenin has called smoke rising from slab huts narratives. 56. If screen memories characterize settler reconstructions of the colonizing past, more generally, a connectual relation with history is typical of a settler consciousness. 57. Historiographer Eviatar Zirabavel convincingly notes how disregarding histories that precede the arrival of the RST settlers is one essential feature of the politics of memory in settler colonial contexts. Time Mapsteins this tendency as mnemonic myopia, and refers, for example, to Israeli national religious histories celebrating in an anti-Zionist way the Hasidic pilgrims from Belarus of 1777 rather than the RST pioneer. Consciousness 91. Settlement of 1882. 58. However, while myopia is unsurprising as regards settler denial of indigenous pasts, it is also a recurrent feature of the settler memory of all alternative pasts. J. Gitlin's critique of U.S. historiographical orthodoxies, for example, also emphasizes a mnemonic myopia-like phenomenon. The standard practice seems to be as follows: discuss various imperial intrusions at the beginning, let the Great War for Empires serve as a sort of clearinghouse event, we remove the French and prejure the irrelevance of the British, then come back to the Spanish Brie in time for Texas and the Mexican War. 59. Mnemonic myopia, moreover, may also affect a perception of the country itself. Geographer Paul Carter, for example, insightfully concluded in The Road to Botany Bay that the country did not precede the traveler, and that, in fact, it was the offspring of his intention. 60. Again, while this seems convincing as regards a variety of sensibilities, it may be especially valid for settlers, people that have come to stay and have a specific emotional investment in denying all alternative entitlements. Lewis Hartz's intuition that fragment extrication, the founding of a new society, produces a circumstance where the past is excluded and the future shrinks may have thus retained analytical cogency. 61. The point here is not that reconstructions of the past that operate like screen memories are dishonest, consciously concealing, or inherently untruthful. An awareness of compromises between repressed elements and defensive mechanisms, however, should be an essential part of the interpretation and reinterpretation of settler colonial sources and their historiographies. For example, in the same way as an awareness of what is progressively concealed in successive renditions of the same dream reveals the repressive nature of defensive mechanisms, an historiography of Australian history demonstrates how Aboriginal history was progressively excised from received narratives. 62. In the process, the attention that 19th-century scholarship dedicated to Aboriginal people was eventually replaced with sustained repression by the mid-20th century. 63. Examples of variously repressed or displaced memories in an Australian historiographical context include the myth of the Quiet Continent concealing a 92. number of bitter land wars and associated brutality, the notion of an egalitarian Australian legend concealing a remarkably gendered history, the perception of a non-sectarian body politics concealing traditions of Catholic exclusion, celebrations of Australian larrikinism concealing political subservience. Representations of a classless society concealing a straight-edged social body, and narratives of successful multicultural integration concealing trauma, poverty, and ongoing exclusion. 64. While disavowal allows the ostensibly contradictory dyad represented by settler-invader and peaceful settler to coexist, resistance against acknowledging trauma should not be surprising. In the case of Australia, the Bringing Them Home report issued by Human Rights and Equal Opportunities Commission in 1998 had an inherently cathartic charge. The practice it was promoting, however, was progressively abandoned and replaced by the notion of a practical reconciliation, a construction that was not practical and did not induce reconciliation. While elsewhere, in South Africa, or Peru, for example, the local Truth and Reconciliation Commissions were able to more effectively approach traumatic histories, in Australia work on the stolen generations has characteristically unleashed a number of defensive mechanisms. Children were not stolen, it was for their own good, those were the times. 65. In a similar fashion, an historiography of the Aboriginal experience that had consolidated since the 1970s eventually generated paranoiac imaginings of a conspiracy to fabricate unauthentic pasts. 66. Public and official expressions of regret for past injustice were eventually issued in a multiplicity of jurisdictions. This has been especially controversial as regards the memory of settler colonization, where a reluctance to express an apology was often paralleled by a paroxystic consciousness. 93. Determination to apologize. 67. Recent debate pertaining to legislative proposals demanding that the positive role of colonization be recognized in French history curricula, as supported by returned settlers and their lobbies, is a case in point. 68. An apology would have a cathartic charge, and would acknowledge the existence of a traumatic past over and against a number of deeply entrenched mnemonic traces. Yet again, defensive and/or paranoiac stances cannot be effectively met with rational argument. As denialists have not reasoned themselves into denial, they cannot be reasoned out of it. Something else is needed. While the very idea of settling the land is an act that is inevitably premised on the perception of empty land, a settler inclination to disavow any indigenous presence is crucially located in Western hermeneutic traditions. Plato, for example, refers to the relationship between body and soul as colonization, katoikazeion. 69. For Plato, the soul descends into an inanimate body like settlers begin inhabiting a place. This founding metaphor has important consequences for an analysis of settler dispositions. First, as far as settlers are concerned, they are the real inhabitants of the place they settle. 70. Secondly, if colonization and settlement are an appropriate metaphor to describe the relationship between soul and body, the reverse is also true, and the soul's proprietary command over bodily matters that is typical of Western explanatory systems is mirrored by a settler determination to possess and dominate place. Most importantly, confirming a powerful drive towards disavowal, there are no indigenous people in Plato's metaphor. Settler colonizers see no indigenous person as they proceed to inhabit the land. When denial becomes impossible, when indigenous presences successfully challenge settler colonialism's defensive mechanisms, a particular version of what Albert Memmi described in his initial 1960s exploration of colonial phenomena as the Nero complex, 94, may become activated. 71. Memmi argued that accepting the reality of being a colonizer means agreeing to be a non-legitimate privileged person, that is, a usurper. To be sure, a usurper claims his place and, if need be, will defend it by every means at his disposal. This amounts to saying that at the very time of his triumph, he admits that what triumphs in him is an image which he condemns. His true victory will therefore never be upon him, now he need only record it in the laws and morals. For this he would have to convince the others, if not himself. In other words, to possess victory completely he needs to absolve himself of it and the conditions under which it was attained. This explains his strenuous insistence, strange for a victor, on apparently futile matters. He endeavors to falsify history, he rewrites laws, he would extinguish memories, anything to succeed in transforming his usurpation into legitimacy. Moreover, the more the usurped is downtrodden, the more the usurper triumphs and, thereafter, confirms his guilt and establishes his self-condemnation. Thus, the momentum of this mechanism for defense propels itself and worsens as it continues to move. This self-defeating process pushes the usurper to go one step further, to wish the disappearance of the usurped, whose very existence causes him to take the role of usurper, and whose heavier and heavier oppression makes him more and more an oppressor himself. 72. One important feature of the Nero complex is that aggressive instincts turned towards the outside world remain active even if the indigenous presence is nally liquidated. There is no solution, even indigenous disappearance and demographic takeover cannot dissipate settler aggressiveness. Behind every settler, inevitably, lurks the unsettler. 73. 4. Settler colonialism has been resistant to decolonization. Some settler polities decolonized later, some tentatively, some not at all. And yet, as underscored, for example, by the 2007 UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and by its careful assertion of an indigenous right to self-determination that must be respectful of the sovereignty of existing states, there is a need to focus on the possibility of post-settler colonial futures in a not yet post-settler colonial world. 2. Considering the at times irresistible trajectory of decolonization processes during a number of crucial decades in the 20th century, the resilience of settler colonialism requires explanation. In their theoretical definition of settler colonialism, Anna Johnston and Alan Lawson have perceptively noted an intractable doubleness/ambiguity. The typical settler narrative, they argue, has a doubled goal. It is concerned to act out the suppression or effacement of the indigene. It is also concerned to perform the concomitant indigenization of the settler. 3. As I have outlined in Chapter 3, these aims are sustained by a number of intertwined and mutually supporting defensive mechanisms, disavowal of founding violence and of indigenous people, which contribute to and are sustained by a settler colonial form of primal scene, allowing for further disavowal and for the production and reproduction of screen memories. On this basis, in this chapter I suggest that an appraisal of a narrative deceit can contribute to explaining particularly contested traditions of decolonization in settler polities. The RST 95. 96. Section deals with what is here deemed as the settler narrative form, a particular way of understanding and organizing historical change in settler colonial political traditions. The second section explores the specific difficulty of telling the end of the settler colonial story. Colonial narratives, settler colonial narratives and their availability matter. Narratives are a fundamental part of everyday life, and their construction constitutes an act that allows nations, communities, and individuals to make sense of the world. Crafting stories helps making sense. For an argument highlighting the importance of narratives in the development of feelings of ethnicity has been made, for example, by Anthony D. Smith, when he identified this quartet of myths, memories, values, and symbols, and the characteristic forms or styles and genres of certain historical configurations as the core of ethnicity. 5. However, as settler colonialism is immediately premised on a foundational and historically situated movement, there is a specific need to focus on the way different narratives and their availability inform political life in settler societies. On the other hand, a sustained scholarly activity on the literatures of colonialism has not yet explored the specific differences separating colonial and settler colonial storytelling. In this section I argue that colonial and settler colonial narrative forms should be seen as a distinct and that the stories we tell regarding these two phenomena are structurally different, even antithetical. 6. These narrative forms interact, overlap, and interpenetrate, and yet, as they remain analytically distinct, they should be seen as two structurally different types. Colonial narratives normally have a circular form. They represent an odyssey consisting of an outward movement followed by interaction with exotic and colonist others in foreign surroundings, and biennial return to an original locale. 7. We should attend to the ongoing relevance of a circular narrative structure. As Mary Beard recently put in a Sunday Times review of Alberto Mangual's Homer, Iliad and Odyssey, everyone who reads and writes in the West is still a son or daughter of Homer. 8. This is particularly so, I would argue, with regards to colonialism. Emma Christopher, Cassandra Pibas, and Marcus Rediker have noted how colonial narratives are foundationally shaped by a multiplicity of middle passages, an expression originally designating bottom line of a trading triangle, between the outward passage from Europe to Africa and the homeward passage from the Americas back to Europe. 9. These authors are specifically interested in retrieving the experience of enslaved colonist people and in the possibility of deploying this category to the understanding of other forced migrations. Coherently, they note this term's limiting Eurocentrism and develop the Middle Passage as a foundational interpretative category, as not merely a maritime phrase to describe one part of an oceanic voyage, but as the structuring link between expropriation in one geographic setting and exploitation in another. 10. And yet, I would argue that the Middle Passage retains an exceptional constitutive cogency as it applies to colonizing Europeans as well. After all, in the context of the narrative structure of colonialism, colonialism can also be seen as a middle passage, as what happens in between an outward and a homeward journey. A Dutch proverb, referred to in one of the essays contained in their collection neatly conreams colonialism's narrative circularity: he who does not take Amsterdam with him to Batavia will not bring Batavia back with him to Amsterdam. 11. On the contrary, there is no middle passage for settler colonizing Europeans. In their case, no return is envisaged. Far from being the bottom line of a triangular movement, in the words of Ralph Waldo Emerson, but this was an extremely widespread notion, the oceanic crossing is a Lethean passage over which settlers have had an opportunity to forget the old world. 12. If there is no possibility of returning, if it is not an odyssey, as settlers come to stay, the narrative generally associated with settler colonial enterprises rather resembles 98. An Aeneid, where the settler colonizer moves forward along a storyline that cannot be turned back. We should also attend to the ongoing consequence of this narrative structure because, if it is true that we are sons and daughters of Homer, it is also true that, as he did with Dante, Virgil is still taking us by the hand. 13. Indeed, more than any other text, the Aeneid provides a specific foundational reference for settler colonial endeavors. Aborigines, after all, are the original inhabitant of any country. The original Aborigines, however, were the people of Latium at the time when Aeneas and his companions arrived and settled in Italy. 14. Animus revertendi as opposed to animus maenendi thus sustain structurally distinct, circular, and linear, narrative forms. 15. If colonial personnel return and can be likened to what Benedict Anderson calls secular pilgrims, sojourners who travel back and forth, settler migration remains an act of non-discovery. 16. The archetypal voyage of discovery is Ulysses', but discovery is necessarily about going and coming back. Discovery, by definition, ultimately requires a circular narrative structure. 17. Ulysses returns, he engages with many peoples in a multiplicity of places but never thinks of settling as an option. Besides, his urge to return is also due to a need to avenge those who doubted his eventual homecoming. Unlike the settler, he slaughters at home. Aeneas, who has nothing left behind, also will not settle anywhere, focused as he is, with a force and an intensity that also resembles a return, on his null destination. On the contrary, settlers do not discover, they carry their sovereignty and lifestyles with them. At times, they even relocate with their neighbors. As they move towards what amounts to a representation of their world, as they transform the land into their image, they settle another place without really moving. 18. Significantly, unlike Ulysses, who returns to something from which he had been temporarily detached, settlers construe their very movement. 99. Forward as a return to something that was irretrievably lost, a return to the land, but also a return to an Edenic condition, to a golden age of unsurrendered freedoms. In any case, settlers do not report back, Aeneas does not report back. Moreover, whereas colonizers see themselves in a middle passage between home and home, between departure and return, the settler collective inhabits a third narrative phase, a segment that succeeds both the Old World and a period of displacement in the wilderness, a frontier phase made up in succession by entrance into a district, battling the land, community building, and, eventually, by the closing in of the frontier. Quite naturally, inhabiting structurally different narrative spaces influences the way in which colonizers and settler colonizers interpret their respective enterprises. The possibility of multiple middle passages allows a flexibility that settlers do not have, and defeat and relapse do not necessarily imply the failure of a colonial ideology. On the contrary, the settler colonial story locates the consolidating settler collective in history's latter days, hence a stubborn, recurring and inherent anxiety at the prospect of defeat or compromise. 19. Colonial and settler colonialism emerge, again, as structurally distinct formations. The colonial situation can be seen as characterized primarily by a circular narrative structure and by an ideology insisting on an intractable dichotomy permanently separating colonizer and colonist. Settler colonialism, on the contrary, can be seen as characterized by a linear narrative structure. And again, the colonial situation reproduces cycles of opposition between civility and barbarism. Colonialism immobilizes relationships and establishes a pattern of repetition. In marked contrast, settler colonialism mobilizes peoples in the teleological expectation of irreversible transformation. Colonial and settler colonial master narratives thus mirror each other. Individual settlers have an intention to stay and operate. 100. In a system that supersedes itself, colonists have an intention to return and operate within a system that reproduces itself. One can instinctively think of neocolonialism, but there is no such thing as neo-settler colonialism. Anthropologist Deborah Bird Rose's understanding of a Western settler narrative form, as opposed to an Australian Aboriginal one, refers, for example, to a white Australian settler palindrome in which all time is seen as developing towards the birth of Christ and then towards his second coming. A palindrome thus articulates the view that a plan of history exists, that history moves from an early configuration through disjunction/transfiguration to the realized or fooled configuration. The violence by which those on the pre-zero side of the frontier are forced to give way to those arriving from the post-zero side is asserted to exist within a moment that is about to be overcome. The metaphor of right and left hands is useful for describing life during this explosive moment. The right hand of conquest can be conceptualized as beneficent in its claims. Productivity, growth, and civilization are announced as beneficial actions in places where they purportedly had not existed before. The left hand, by contrast, has the task of erasing specific life. Indigenous peoples, their cultures, their practices of time, their sources of power, and their systems of ecological knowledge and responsibility will all be wiped out, and most of the erasure will be literal, not metaphorical. This creates the tabula rasa upon which the right hand will inscribe its civilization. 20. In another context, but in a way epitomizing a similar type of reasoning, Arthur Bird's 1889 description of the United States efficiently expressed both a settler colonial project's unboundedness and a settler palindromic narrative structure. The United States of America, bounded on the north by the North Pole, on the south by the Antarctic region, on the east by the RST chapter of the Book of Genesis, and on the west by the Day of Judgment. 21. 101. However, while a settler colonial narrative form should be seen as opposed to an indigenous one, as Rose demonstrates, a settler colonial palindrome is also structurally incompatible with the circular nature of the colonial narrative form. What is crucial in the context of an exploration of colonial and settler colonial narrative structures and their different modes of operation is that whereas a colonial ideology would understand progress as characterized by indigenization and permanent subordination, a settler sensibility envisages a particular set of narrative refrains and a specific understanding of history where progress is typically understood as a measure of indigenous displacement and ultimate erasure. Progress remains, but acquires an inherently dissimilar meaning. Colonialism and settler colonialism are progressing towards very different places. The fact that settler narratives resemble a palindrome, however, does not necessarily mean that they must invariably be seen as progressing. Settler colonial narrative orders often display a special narrative form emphasizing decline from settler colonial to inordinately non-settler, a narrative order opposed to the traditional rough frontier to civilized settled life paradigm. Historian of the American West John McFarriger, for example, detects instances of declensionist narratives in U.S. historiography. A time-honored protocol of Western social thought, the prescriptive good community is located in some past time, is seen to have suffered irretrievable declension, and is imaginatively reconstructed in order to critique the dislocation and anomie of contemporary life. In his Inutial History of 18th-century Dedham, Massachusetts, for example, Kenneth Lockridge asserts that American communalism atrophied when New Englanders abandoned the web of relationships created by residents in the villages for settlement in the open country, thereby surrendering to the incoherence of individual opportunism. His perspective is part of a powerful interpretation, RST promoted by the Puritans themselves, that reads American history as decline. 102. From Gemeinschaft to Gesellschaft, community to individualism, meaning to incoherence. 22. In any case, whether they envisage a progressive movement or identify a degenerative tendency, settler narrative structures remain powerful, reproducible, and mobilizable whether in relation to reconstructions of the past or imaginings of the future, as recently confirmed by the remarkable successes of settler reenactments TV series like The Colony and Outback House in Australia, Frontier House in the United States, Pioneer Quest in Canada, and, in a slightly different format, Kid Nation, where 40 kids aged 8 to 15 spent 40 days in a 19th-century New Mexico ghost town while reenacting foundational rituals. 23 Science-Chen also routinely imagines the future as an extension of a settler colonial past. 24 Comparing the legacies of slavery and conquest, the colonial and the settler colonial, Patricia Nelson Limerick has emphasized settler colonialism's ongoing narrative currency. An element of regret for what we did to the Indians had entered the picture, she noted, but the dominant feature of conquest remained adventure. Children happily played cowboys and Indians, but stopped short of masters and slaves. 25 Of course, this narrative availability matters beyond reconstructions of the past and imagining the future. The ongoing activation of settler narrative refrains and their impact in shaping perception and political action should be emphasized as it applies to current situations as well. In the context of developing sensitivities regarding the conflict in the Middle East, for example, a narrative convergence related to a settler colonial enterprise can contribute to explaining U.S. support for Israeli policies in the occupied territories. 26 Ultimately, the settler narrative form is especially foundational and powerful in a multiplicity of contexts because it responds, reproduces, and engages with one of the fundamental Western stories, Exodus. The basic narrative of journeying to the Promised Land involves promise, servitude, liberation, migration, and the establishment of a new homeland, all tropes that specifically inform settler colonial projects on a multiplicity of levels. 27 And yet, exactly because the story is compelling, telling its end remains extraordinarily complex. Albert Camus, who knew how to tell a story and knew about settler colonialism, tried. 28 The first 103. Man explores the settler colonial condition and hypothesizes its end. 29 In one crucial moment of self-discovery, the main protagonist reeks on the country of his birth and the country he has rediscovered while searching without success for his past. But after all, there was only the mystery of poverty that creates beings without names and without a past. The Mahone people of the Sahel, the Alsatians on the high plateaus, with this immense island between sand and sea, which the enormous silence was now beginning to envelop, the silence of anonymity, it enveloped blood and courage and work and instinct. It was at once cruel and compassionate. And he wandering through the night of the years in the land of oblivion where each one is the RST man, where he had to bring himself up and he was 16, then he was 20, and no one had spoken to him, and he had to learn by himself, to grow alone like all the men born in this country who, one by one, try to learn to live without roots and without faith. And today all of them are threatened with eternal anonymity and the loss of the only consecrated traces of their passage on this earth. 30. The stories settlers tell themselves and about themselves are crucial to an exploration of settler colonial subjectivities. In Camus's reconstruction, every settler is a RST man and, therefore, settler manhood is a truer form of manhood, a manhood that grows in isolation and is self-constituted, volitional, self-imposed. 31 French President Nicolas Sarkozy's November 2009 proposal that Camus be reburied at the Pantheon, France's national collection of great heroes, was met with controversy. Critics pointed out that Camus had been an individualist who consistently 104 refused honors. Others noted that the writer would have never agreed with Sarkozy's politics and leadership. The incongruence of adding to the Pantheon someone who understood his capacity to write as primarily premised on not being French was not mentioned. On the other hand, in Camus' rendition, settler life without history is tragically followed by the prospect of death without history. A settler's action with permanence and an outlet in anxieties about eternal anonymity. Aeneas's empire without end turns out to be an empire that can and indeed will be forgotten. This realization induces in the end a Nero-complex type of response. During his search, the protagonist meets a settler who tells him about his own father, a real settler. After receiving the order to evacuate, the settler had methodically destroyed the elds, uprooted the vines, and poisoned the land. And when a young captain, informed by who knows who, arrived and demanded an explanation, he said to him, Young man, since what we made here is a crime, it has to be wiped out. 32 For Camus, the end of the settler colonial story is indeed the end of everything. Telling the end of the settler colonial story. In this section I discuss the possibility of decolonizing settler colonial forms. The discontinuation of a colonial regime always remains within colonialism's cultural horizon. On the contrary, the discontinuation of a settler colonial circumstance remains unthinkable beyond, as I have argued in Chapter 1, Supersession, Anal Assimilation/Destruction of Autonomous Indigenous Subjectivities, an ultimate assertion of an independent settler polity, or even, as mentioned, a successful process of indigenous/national reconciliation. In a recent essay entitled The Settler Contract, Carol Pateman has noted the ongoing impossibility of settler decolonization. The power of the settler contract, she argued, where the settlers are the naturalgers of the thought experiment in the texts of political theory come to life, has meant that, even if the process of decolonization and national self-determination that began after the Second World War has swept away all but tiny remnants of the colonies of the European powers, the native peoples of the two new worlds. 105. Living within the boundaries of the states constructed from the plantation of settlers, have never been seen as candidates for sovereignty. 33. How can this resilience be explained? This section argues that in the case of settler colonial contexts a specific narrative form produces a situation in which there is no intuitive narrative of settler colonial decolonization, and that a narrative gap contributes crucially to the invisibility of anti-colonial struggles in settler colonial contexts. 34. As insightfully pointed out by historian of British imperialism and decolonization Roger Lewis, the scramble for colonies that started at the end of the 19th century had ultimately produced colonial polities that could be turned over to successor states in a symmetrical process of counter-scramble. 35. In this sense, he remarked, imperial expansion and decolonization mirror each other. However, if decolonization is generally understood as a transaction whereby a colonial state is transformed into a self-governing territorial successor polity, problems inevitably arise when the colonizing state is the self-governing territorial successor polity. 36. Besides, decolonization's traditional focus on external relations and sovereign independence or autonomous self-rule against a variety of imperial metropolitan centers inevitably obscures the position of settler colonist indigenous constituencies. 37. If decolonization is an exercise in devolution, colonialism itself is an exercise in state formation. Settler colonialism, on the other hand, is primarily characterized by indigenous deterritorialization accompanied by a sustained denial of any state-making capability for indigenous peoples. Thus, in a settler colonial context sovereignty needs to be negotiated within a polity rather than between polities. The decolonization of settler colonial formations was bound to be complicated. Complicated, of course, does not mean unnecessary. Broadly speaking, one can detect three approaches to settler decolonization: settler evacuation, the promotion of various processes of indigenous reconciliation, and denial associated with an explicit rejection of the possibility of reforming the settler body politic. 106. Even if they had come to stay, at times, settlers depart. This is so especially when their sovereignty had been subsumed sympolitically within the operation of a metropolitan colonizing endeavor. In these cases, as the settler project is premised on an enabling colonial order, the discontinuation of a colonial regime spells the discontinuation of the settler colonial one. While settlers want to stay, even more, they want a colonial and settler colonial world to remain in place. As Frantz Fanon perceptively prophetized, the settler, from the moment the colonial context disappears, has no longer an interest in remaining or in coexisting. 38. The settlers don't necessarily go together and at once. There are varied patterns of settler departure, and even examples of accommodation with nationalist movements taking over at the moment of decolonization. Of course, the reverse process is also possible, and at times it is the community of settlers that is eventually expelled by nationalist forces. Soon after taking control of Libya in the late 1960s, kernel gata throughout the remaining Italian community. In a dense commemorative calendar and in a split fashion that underlines an inherent distinction between colonial and settler colonial regimes, Libya celebrates Independence Day to mark the end of a colonial sovereignty, and evacuation of fascist settlers' day to symbolize an ultimate break with the settler colonial past. 39 In this case, two systemically different regimes require distinct markers to celebrate their separate conclusion. Quite significantly, however, where decolonization takes the form of a settler collective exodus, as happened in Algeria, Libya, Kenya, Angola, Mozambique, North and South Rhodesia/Zimbabwe, Southwest Africa/Namibia, and more recently, in the Gaza Strip, the decolonization of territory is not matched, even symbolically, by an attempt to build decolonist relationships. Indeed, in these cases, settler departure conceptually mirrors and reinforces settler colonialism's inherent exclusivism, and confirms a winner-takes-all settler colonial frame of mind that demands that settler sovereignties entirely replace indigenous ones. By denying the very possibility of a relation between colonizer and colonist after the discontinuation of a settler colonial regime, settler departure thus produces a circumstance where decolonization cannot be construed as a relationship between formally equal subjects. 107. Settler departure confirms a settler state of mind insisting that settler colonialism can only come to an end when either one of the indigenous or exogenous elements nally disappears. If settler colonialism in locales where the population economy consisted of variously deemed white minorities could not afford decolonization, in white settler nations it was settler exodus that was never an option. In these cases, once the physical disappearance of indigenous peoples had also become a non-viable option, other strategies were developed. Throughout the 1970s and 1980s many of these polities were facing contradictions arising from their encompassing a number of unreconciled nations within. 40 In response, the white settler nations initiated a number of political processes envisaging a variously deemed post-settler compact, were thus initiated. Projects of national or indigenous reconciliation developed in dramatically different political circumstances and produced varied results, and yet, despite their diversity, these initiatives collectively represent a possible type of post-settler institutional endeavor. 41 Nonetheless, even partially reforming the settler structures of the body politic, usually under the impulse of judicially led reforms endorsing constitutional and legislative transformation, has proved painstakingly difficult, has encountered increasing opposition, and in some jurisdictions eventually came to a standstill. Besides settler exodus and a variety of political processes aimed at establishing post-settler compacts, a third type of situation has also occurred, where a sustained denial of the settler colonial character of the polity has been upheld. While in these polities the relative invisibility of imperial and settler colonizing endeavors has remained conventional, the prospect of enacting post-settler decolonizing passages vis-a-vis indigenous peoples has remained unlikely. This invisibility could be sustained via two related strategies of denial, one focusing on anti-colonial struggles leading to settler independence, and the other emphasizing experiences of subaltern migration. On the one hand, as Alan Lawson insightfully pointed out, a focus on settler independence allows a strategic disavowal of the colonizing. 108. Act. In the foundations of cultural nationalism, then, we can identify one vector of difference being replaced by another in a strategic disavowal of the colonizing act. The national is what replaces the indigenous and in doing so conceals its participation in colonization by nominating a new colonized subject, the colonizer or invader settler. 42. On the other hand, and contributing towards a similar pattern of disavowal, the colonizing settler can disappear behind the subaltern migrant. Settler societies, societies that are premised on an original sovereign settler foundation, can then be recoded as post-colonial migrant societies. The migrant blocks out the settler, independence occludes the colonial, and the settler colonial is thoroughly concealed. Detecting settler colonialism and its operation, of course, is not enough, and the decolonization of settler colonial forms needs to be imagined before it is practiced. This has proved especially challenging, and, as Iris Marion Young has remarked, an institutional imagination of an entirely new character has to be developed. 43. If settler colonialism is by definition an ambivalent circumstance where, in a triangular system of relationships, the settler is colonist and colonizing at once, decolonization necessarily requires at least two moments, the moment of settler independence on the one hand and the moment of indigenous self-determination on the other. The RST moment is easily conceptualized, we instinctively know about the 4th of July. The second passage is yet to be formulated. In the end, the two sovereignties, the settler and the indigenous one, are generally perceived as inherently incompatible and mutually exclusive in the context of a zero-sum game, and decolonization in settler contexts is further complicated by the fact that one decolonization inevitably constitutes an effective acceleration of colonizing practices at the other end. 44. Settler independence can thus be construed as an example of what Bird Rose has in another context deemed as deep colonizing, a predicament where the very institutions that should operate towards a supersession of colonial contingencies are actually contributing to reinforcing their operative registers. 45. Moreover, as James Tully has also remarked, if it is devised as an exercise in settler nation building, even well-meaning processes of indigenous and national reconciliation, or the incorporation of indigenous governance structures within the settler polity, ultimately contribute to the erasure of variously deemed indigenous sovereignties and therefore to the reproduction of settler colonizing practices. Tully deems these practices as extinction by accommodation. 46. In the end, the positioning of indigenous sovereignty in the context of settler political orders remains a most challenging undertaking, and establishing a workable post-settler practice can be testing even in the context of comparatively more sustained attempts to establish a shared indigenous/settler sovereignty. 47. It should be noted, however, that not all settler stories are equally powerful and that there are alternative, very commanding, equally available, and equally mobilizable narrative structures. Again, narrative does matter. Some settler regimes could be discontinued because, among other reasons, the story of the end of settler exclusive political ascendancy was easier to tell. The end of the settler colonial story could be told, for example, as the end of ethnic and racial discrimination and the attainment of civil and constitutional rights. Recognizing the crucial importance of the demise of apartheid South Africa, Mahmoud Mamdani, for example, has noted that for the RST time in the history of African decolonization, a settler minority has relinquished exclusive political power without an outright political defeat. I am not arguing that this minority has given up its interests, only that it has consented to exploring ways of defending these interests other than a monopoly over political power and the rights of citizenship. 48. 110. This process, he concluded, has set the political trajectory of the African continent on a course radically different from that of the Americas. The Americas is the continent of settler independence. The South African transition means that nowhere on this continent has a settler minority succeeded in declaring and sustaining the independence of a settler colony. 49. Beyond Africa, in the white settler nations, telling the story of an end to attacks on indigenous substantive autonomy, a move that demands abandoning a cluster of narrative structures, remains a much complicated process, especially if one considers that the powerful narrative of an extension of civic rights to indigenous constituencies had already been deployed in the context of forced and less coerced assimilation campaigns aiming at enacting a specific type of indigenous transfer. And yet, even if the story of what a post-settler colonial passage to come, of what should happen next, has been impossible to tell beyond envisaging anal disappearance of all settler colonial residues from the settler body politic, the story of what happened in the past could change. It is significant that all processes of constitutional rearrangement involving indigenous constituencies in settler nations have necessitated a significant revision of traditional historical narratives and a comprehensive reinterpretation of national and/or regional pasts. Indeed, the role of historians in contributing to institutional and judicial readjustment has in some cases been decisive, and historians and other academics involved in the production of indigenous and national histories in settler societies have in some cases made history by literally writing it. 50. Inevitably, as historical revisions challenged entrenched foundational narratives, these revisionisms have often engendered a number of denialist responses. Reacting to these revisions, as outlined in Chapter 3, a defensive type of settler historical discourse also materialist. It is also significant that these constitutional rearrangements typically promote historiographies where an evolving partnership in the present would end deconformation in specific representations of pre- or non-settler colonial pasts. In the process, narratives representing a two-step sequence constituted by an original and irrevocable. 111. Indigenous dispossession followed by a phase of multicultural inclusion have been comprehensively challenged by decades of scholarly recuperation of indigenous agency. 51. In a reforming Aotearoa/New Zealand during the 1980s and 1990s, a historiographical upgrading of ostensibly discontinued traditions of partnership underpinned a general process aimed at establishing treaty practices as a way to address historical grievances. 52. While in the context of a discussion of Aotearoa/New Zealand's attempts to judicially rectify the past, W.H. Oliver has even talked about a retrospective utopia, as insightfully pointed out in a recent article by Bain Atwood. A similar inscription of treaty traditions was also initiated in an Australian historiographical context by Henry Reynolds with The Law of the Land. 53. He saw Reynolds's intent as similar to what Eric Hobsbawm has referred to as the invention of a tradition, and quoted Mark McKenna's remark that the law of the land uncovered what Australia's history might have been, a history of perpetual possibility, rather than a history of what was, as good a definition as any of the construction of a tradition. 54. While the Australian government promoted legislation in the spirit of this invented tradition in the early 1990s, this tradition could be subsequently forgotten, as demonstrated by subsequent Aboriginal policies under John Howard. Elsewhere, history writing and public debate surrounding Indigenous politics also decisively informed each other. South Africa's transition to post-apartheid also produced a dramatically changing historiographical landscape, where the historiography of the northern frontier witnessed a remarkable acceleration, possibly because it provided an exemplary original multi-ethnic, hybrid, and open frontier setting. Nigel Penn significantly noted in his historiographical outline that the widespread acceptance of the election results of 1994 has begun a process of the rolling back, or opening, of frontiers everywhere. He then concluded that it is possible that an open frontier situation, as existed in the northern frontier zone for so long, will be seen as being the more typical South African scenario after all. 55. In North America, a renewed 112. Historiographical tradition and an emphasis on frontier exchange and on a long-lasting middle ground also revolutionized received understandings of colonial and Western history and underpinned developing relations between Indian nations and settler polities. 56. These trajectories confirm that history and academic discourse, and the narratives that are produced and reproduced in a variety of contexts, are crucial in all processes of indigenous reconciliation in settler polities. However, the historiographical shifts that have underpinned these processes have generally produced a situation where non-settler colonial pasts were upgraded and retroactively mobilized in order to sustain the possibility of post-settler compacts. The problem is that both an emphasis on the middle ground as well as the alternative stance of deploying an anti-colonial rhetoric that does not distinguish between colonial and settler colonial forms, risk bypassing the issue of settler colonialism and focus on something else. The middle ground sustains the fantasy of returning to a non-colonial past, the anti-colonial rhetoric sustains the prospect of possibly moving forward to a non-colonial future. Neither stance, however, actually addresses the specificities of the settler colonial situation, its mimetic character is confirmed. On the contrary, an anti-settler colonial imagination and rhetoric are needed. In the end, the reforming settler polities of the 1980s and 1990s share historiographical discussions where a settler colonial past is evaded rather than nally addressed. 57 Emphasizing complex traditions of settler-indigenous partnership has thus been easier than insisting on the need to decolonize settler-colonial sovereignties and radically reform the settler-colonial polities. A widespread disinclination to enact substantive decolonizing ruptures resulted in a tendency to avoid disturbing foundational structures, including foundational narratives of origin and settlement and their linear structure. Ultimately, the acknowledgement that settlement establishes legitimacies without extinguishing indigenous ones, and that indigenous sovereignties need to be accommodated in a decolonizing, post-settler move, has remained elusive. This impasse can be referred to a lack of a suitable narrative of settler decolonization. The structural difference between colonial and 113 settler-colonial narrative forms does have an impact on the ways in which the decolonization of settler-colonial forms can be conceptualized. In The Invention of Decolonization, Todd Shepard has recently argued that decolonization was invented in the context of the Algerian War. The notion that the independence of formerly colonist territories is inevitable, the certainty that decolonization was a stage in the forward march of history, of the Hegelian linear history with a capital H, had rendered decolonization wholly consistent with a narrative of progress, he noted. It was a complete turnaround, no longer the exception among European overseas possessions. Algeria now became the emblematic example. 58 As the invention of decolonization that he reconstructs is premised on a deliberate repression of the settler colonial fact, a repression that he is able to extensively document, Shepard's argument paradoxically confirms that it is in settler colonial contexts that decolonization is most difficult. Decolonization could be invented in Algeria only after the comprehensive denial of a history of settler colonialism and a settler colonial reality had been enacted. In turn, that denial required two related displacements: the settlers had to be physically transferred to France, and Algerians had to be the subject of administrative transfer. The Algerian solution to the colonial problem was thus premised on the effective repression of the settler colonial one. Indeed, there is an acceptable narrative of decolonization for the formerly colonist Third World, centered around nation building and economic development. This format of post-colonial history can be described either as a progressive narrative of independence and nation building or as a more sobering denunciation of neocolonialism and state failure. Either way, getting out of the colonies could be represented as a forward movement. Conversely, in settler colonial contexts, withdrawing from colonial practices of indigenous dispossession can be only perceived as a backward movement signaling the demise of original settler claims and their legitimacies. Lacking the possibility of a clearly defined decolonizing moment, settler colonial contexts retain the policy objectives, if not the methods, of their settler colonizing pasts. The drive towards further extinction and/or assimilation of indigenous law, tenure, autonomy, and identity was retained. On the other hand, outlining sustained Native American attempts to negotiate indigenous sovereignty within and without the structures of the United States liberal democratic settler state, Kevin Breuil has recently argued for a third space of indigenous sovereignty. He described it as an ambiguous and ambivalent sovereign space, a form of indigenous sovereignty that is compatible with a settler sovereignty and yet functioning beside its operational registers. His account of the evolution of Native American political discourse emphasizes how the mobilizing rhetoric of anti-colonialism was unsuitable for the specific conditions of settler-colonist peoples. Neither a rights equality framework nor a nationalist decolonization framework could work. On the contrary, indigenous militancy formulated self-determination and tribal sovereignty as an expression post-colonial nationhood. The claim for post-colonial nationhood adhered fully to neither a civil rights framework for denning equality nor a Third World decolonization framework for denning anti-colonial sovereignty. Instead, it located itself across the boundaries and through the gaps of colonial imposition, in the third space, where indigenous political life GHTS to claim its modern status on its own terms. 59. A black-white binary could not sustain indigenous attempts to negotiate a third space of sovereignty, and the prospect of equality was also inadequate. This strategic distinction, however, is not accidental. It results from the very fact that being colonist is structurally different from being settler colonist. Settler decolonization requires an imagination that is alternative from traditional accounts of decolonizing passages. In the context of a settler colonial mentality, the very presence of indigenous peoples is normally unsettling, but an acknowledgement of indigenous sovereignty, even a sovereignty without the mechanisms of statehood, is even more so, and this difficulty 115 is compounded by a narrative deficit. 60. As long as there are no available narratives of settler decolonization, a general narrative identifying indigenous dispossession and loss of collective autonomy as progress is bound to remain paradigmatic, and settler colonization, a colonizing act where settlers envisage no return, still tells a story of either total victory or total failure. Discontinuing settler colonial forms requires conceptual frames and supporting narratives of reconciliation that have yet to be fully developed and narrated. 61. There are by now substantial histories of the various settler societies, and, for example, in the case of Australia, a recent apology for past injustice. There is, however, no compelling or intuitively acceptable story about what should happen next. If decolonization implies by definition a degree of restoration/devolution of political sovereignty, taking responsibility for a painful history is bound to be better than a denial of responsibility, but it certainly does not amount to the relinquishment of responsibility for a post-settler future. 62. Fanon emphasized the compartmentalizing immobility of the colonial world. A world divided into compartments, a motionless, manichaeistic world. This is the colonial world. The native is being hemmed in. Apartheid is simply one form of the division into compartments, of the colonial world. The first thing the native learns is to stay in his place, and not to go beyond certain limits. 63. According to Fanon, this immobility can only end when the colonist decides to put an end to the history of colonization, the history of pillage, and to bring into existence the history of the nation, the history of decolonization. On the contrary, settler colonialism transfers. If decolonization must be a reclamation of mobility. 116. Settler decolonization must be an ultimate rejection of any transfer. If the settler sovereignty and the population economy that this sovereignty underpins remain undisturbed, when and if indigenous communities are acknowledged, acquire a degree of substantive self-determination, are able to access native title, receive an apology and possibly some compensation, the public generally perceives a sovereignty that is inherently subversive of settler/national foundations. 64. The S-word can be a scary one. Former Australian Prime Minister John Howard effectively epitomized this concept when he dismissively emphasized that a nation cannot make a treaty with itself. 65. What he meant is that a settler nation cannot make a treaty with its non-settler components. Then again, this is exactly the point. A post-settler nation, even if the precise meaning of such a compact is yet to be determined, could